And so the official part of this evening's program is out of the way as we welcome you once again to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And we're getting ready for semi-final number 1 here. And a short while ago, we had the toss between the two teams, Northside Future Stars against Santa Cruz Sports. A very good afternoon to one and all as we welcome you here to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex where we're getting ready for semi-final number 1. What a game we have on our hands here. Two outstanding teams, and let me say congratulations to both of them for making it this far and may the best team win. This of course is Santa Cruz Sports. They are one of the they won their group, and that's Group A. And of course Northside Future Stars runners-up from Group B. Chadian Raymond has the coin. He will do the toss.
Numbers.
Birds it is, as Kendall called incorrectly. Chadian, you won the toss. What are you going to do?
We have a ball first. The pitch is quite dry, so we see we can get out of the pitch early and chase down the runs at the end.
Okay, how you feel about the team's performances so far getting to the semi-finals?
Well, the team performed very good. We win all the games and we are one win out, so I'm very happy with my team performance and we just have to keep on working till the finals.
Okay, and how you feel? Confident?
Yeah, I feel very confident to get the win today.
All right, well, go well.
Thanks.
Of course, Kendall didn't call correctly today, but if you had won, what would you have done?
I would have bowled the same way, but it's a semi-final. You have to show up either side, if either batting or bowling, so we have our chance at the crease now, so it's for us to come out here and make the best of it.
What has been the mood since you guys knew that you're qualified? What are you seeing from them? Are you getting the vibe?
Well, to be honest, if you realize, Ruskin, from this whole tournament, the most vibe is from the Northside Future Stars, right? So with that, we always upbeat, we always up for the challenge. Anybody come in front of us, we feel we could dominate and beat them, right? But the father the final say, but we coming out here to enjoy this one.
All right, go well and all the best.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, and so there you have it, folks. Two very competitive teams, but the news, of course, is that the Santa Cruz, they've won the toss and they will bowl first. And there you have it. So the stage has been set for what Billy Furlong should be a very interesting semi-final. In fact, both semi-finals today should be keenly contested, but this one especially has a little flavor to it in terms of Santa Cruz and Northside Future Stars.
Yeah, good afternoon to all our viewers, and yes, Ruskin, it's a very interesting battle to take place between these two teams. A lot of high-performing players in the North Zone tournament featuring in this game. Ryan Yearwood, the youngster, the under-19 player, 63 in his last game. Kashman Mitchell, 41 he made, as well as taking wickets along the way. And of course, Brian Yearwood. He's been consistent with the bat and ball. Chadian Raymond, captain, will be very happy with the performances from his top order, himself included, with a high score of 58 not out against Barataria ball players and 30 not out in their last game against Ebony. And on the other side of it, the Northside Future Stars. It's just a lot of familiar names. Kyle Ramdu, he scored 2 50s, a 31 and a 42. He's taken wickets, 4 for 22, 3 for 17. And Ramon Diaz, he's made runs. The captain, Kendall Guerra, he elevated himself at the last game to take on the responsibility of trying to see his team home against a key game against Savannah Boys. So a lot of players, and good to see Trevor Padilla back in the lineup, the young spinner from Queen's Royal College. 4 for 20 he had against Savannah Boys. So I'm looking forward to see him bowl in this game.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see how he pulls up in this one. Didn't have the best outing in his last outing, but it's all part of the sort of growing pains when you're playing at this level. So I'm sure he would have learned from it and must be eager now to get his hands on the ball again to see if he can't do some more damage in the tournament. We see the two openers for the Northside's Future Stars as they make their way out And this, of course, is going to be interesting. Kwesi Fornelia, who has had a good tournament. He's threatened to produce something big. Maybe today is the day for him. And, of course, his partner coming up here as well is Jesse Sukwa, who has also threatened to really produce a special innings. And like I said, there's no better day than the present.
Yeah, interesting as well that he's been put back up the order. There was a change to the batting lineup in their last game with Kyle Ramdu up at the top of the order with Kwesi Fornelia. Jesse Sukwa is back at the top. There's a high score of 23 in the tournament.
That's a good delivery, just touching down and leaving him there, Davis Guerra.
First slip in place for the start of this game. The two fielders out in the deep for the power play, long on, and Cashman Mitchell at deep mid wicket.
And this time he gets it away, and should get a couple. And that is a good way to start, just to get the scoreboard ticking over.
You could start from the youngster, not afraid to try to go over the top in the power play. And he'll be eager, now that he's back at the top of the order, to just prove his word to the captain. And in the last game, they wanted to get about 200 runs, and he was just dropped down the order.
Boy, what a beautiful delivery right through him. Again, you get the impression he's playing for turn, but there isn't much on offer just yet anyway. But a good length delivery. And more of the same. That's gorgeous. That's a brilliant shot for 4.
He just walked into that shot, leaning forward, punching it between the gap, extra cover and mid-off. Fine gap there to thread. And he certainly had enough pace on it, timed it, placed it in the gap. So good start here in the first over. David Guerra passed the outside edge on one occasion, but a good comeback from the youngster. Over pitch delivery from Guerra.
And again, this is good batting, as he's not trying to overhit the ball, and it's so important that they get off to a good start, especially since you were put into bat. You want to make the opponents second guess that decision. So a good opening partnership here will be perfect for the north side Future Stars.
Guerra still loosening up that right shoulder. Not quite warming to the task just yet.
And for a moment there, they thought about it, but then they had a change of heart. So that ends the first over, 7 without loss after 1.
Not a bad start indeed, particularly with Sukwa, because he looked to go over the top, then he stroked it along the ground, and then got forward to a good length delivery from Guerra, trying to come back in the over. And he just opened the bat face, guided it past point. So he's looking quite good already. Early days here in this encounter. And Northside Future Stars, they're not afraid to bat first. Seems to do the recipe for all the teams when they won the toss. They want to chase, knowing what total is on the board. Plus, in games that had weather affecting it, they wanted to know exactly what the calculation might be in case of a Duckworth-Lewis type situation. But Northside Future Stars in their last game were sent into bat, and they posted 174 for 6. Fornelia getting to 62. The captain would certainly want him to try and repeat that. And Ramdu went up the order, made 42 as well. And then the captain came in one down and scored 40 runs. So that was a change in the batting order then. And so far, they seem to return to the traditional batting order that they've used in the tournament, with Sukwa at the top.
Yeah, and they, of course, remember they got off to a bit of a slow start in that game, but then they were able to consolidate and then push on to post a decent score and a winning score in the end. Mitchell. And just allowing it to go. You don't see that too often. People tend to want to go after anything that is wide.
Sukwa, no slip in place. Short, fine leg and a short third man. Just a little bit too wide for the youngster to go after just yet. But that's the kind of line that Mitchell has been bowling to during the course of this North Zone T20 Festival.
And again, so it's not a bad line to adopt at all. And it's going to be interesting now. Sukwa has watched two go by. Does he feel that he has to play at the third one? And it'll be interesting to see whether Mitchell pitches it up but pushes it a little further wide and see if you could get him going at it outside the off stump.
That one, Ruskin, it just seemed to swing away as it went past the bat, as it got closer to the wicketkeeper.
And again, can't catch up with it. So this is excellent bowling from Kashmir Mitchell. He's found a good line, found good rhythm, and looks to be running in quite fluently. And then as he walks back there, you could see him. He looks very relaxed, not under any stress at all. But you know that the brain is ticking over there as to what he's going to do now as he wheels around. And that's well played, but that's even better in the field. A magnificent bit of fielding there to deny them any possibility of a single, and that snuffed it out right away.
Brian Yearwood there at extra cover. He's had a good tournament as well with the bat and ball. Couple scores, 32 and 43. Picked up a wicket in 2 games. So he's bowling to his field here, Mitchell. The man is sweeping at backward point on the boundary.
And again, that line, you just can't seem to get to him. And so that's 4 deliveries now without him getting at least a single. And to his credit, he hasn't deviated too far from it. So he hasn't given them any wides or any extras.
If anything, he's gotten a little bit closer to the off stump and just dragged that length back a bit. And Sukwa was going after it wide outside the off stump with a horizontal bat. Couldn't catch up with it. Good pace on the delivery. Man is sweeping at backward point, and there's a cover, extra cover, who's gone back the extra cover to the 30-yard circle now.
And again, going hard, but this is a wide. And the Mitchell looked stunned when he saw that the umpire has ruled that it was a wide.
And it was wide. It even swung a little bit after it passed the bat before it got to the wicketkeeper, heading further wide. And it did seem just to start just on our only guideline and went even further, perhaps even going outside of the guideline and continued to go away from the batsman. Additional delivery in the over.
This one is in the air, but it's safe. And that will run into the boundary for 4. He just lifted it over the inner ring. Deliberate shot from Sukwa. He is cooking, and that more or less spoilt the over. What was an excellent over prior to that, just the one wide. But then the next delivery was put away nicely. So at the end of 2 overs, it's now raced on to 12 without loss.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations.
It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
So back here, 12 without loss, 11 of them to Sukwa, plus the extra for Nelia, yet to get off the mark. And they're going to go quickly. That's a good pickup, but it's almost like he didn't believe that he had it in his hand because he slipped just as he was about to pick up the ball. And it's almost as if he had to hold on to it to get his balance before he could release it.
We had a light drizzle just before the start of play. And Yeah, that leg drizzle before the start of play, just wondering if that would have impacted him there as he was charging in. It was pushed forcefully to him. But to his credit, he was charging in to try and get the run out. Just slid a bit.
In the air, and that's gone. Over the head of the man at mid-off. Nothing he could do about it because he's confined to the circle, to the edge of the circle before the bowler delivers. And by the time the bowler delivered a full toss, clipped to his left and over his head, and it goes bouncing away into the boundary for a single. Year with Ryan here with this time unable to do anything about that.
Yeah, he's playing a gem of an inning so far here is Jesse Sukwa, returning to the top of the order. Just to want to show his captain, it's not necessary to put Kyle Ramdu, their leading run scorer, back at the top of the order in the power play. He can just manage just fine. One exquisite shot over extra cover in the previous over of the fast bowler, and for the second time off the spinner, gets a boundary.
And again, they're going to hurry again, and similar result. Not much Yearwood could do about that. That was pushed hard at him. But again, he had to kind of steady himself before releasing it.
But they've taken out the first slip, Chidi and Riemann, just to try and strengthen in front of the bat.
So he has a short third man, point, cover, extra cover in the middle of all of them at the edge of the circle. Another wide signal.
And so often we see one batsman going well at one end and the other batsman he hasn't faced a lot of deliveries, but he'll want to get going as well.
And as you say so, he decides to take it, and Ryan Yearwood just got twisted around. He wasn't quite sure whether to take it over his left shoulder or over his right shoulder. In the end, he did neither, and the ball just dropped in front of him as he couldn't really get under it at all. He couldn't get his feet set.
And how many times have we seen one batsman scoring well at the other end and the other one trying to match him and almost losing his wicket?
And again, just easing onto that front foot with minimal effort to end the over. 20 without loss now after 3.
And Kwesi Fornili might just need to show a little bit of maturity here in his batting. Jesse Sukwa is going quite well. 16 years off of 15. You might just want to think about rotating the strike. Give it to him just until you play yourself in. He got 62 in the last game for Nelia, but when you go out to bat in a different game, it's almost, well, you're definitely starting over from ball one. Not often it comes off the bat as sweetly as when you were last batted. Still have to get accustomed to the conditions. This game is being played at a different time as well. So different conditions, you want to get your eyes in. So perhaps just rotate the strike a bit. And right now it has to be said, Jesse Sukwa is timing the ball quite sweetly. He's getting in line with the ball. His front part is out to the pitch of the delivery. And I don't want to say too much about it, Ruskin, to put the jinx on him, but he's looking quite good, the young under-19 player, Jesse Sukwa.
Yeah, he started very well, and now it's just a question of him continuing. Fornelia waits. And that wasn't where it was intended, but it seemed to get himself in a little bit of a tangle there. Again, it's that extra yard of pace that probably threw him off there.
Yeah, and Fornili might just want to play a little bit of traditional cricket here. Had he gone back and just looking to rotate, play out a straight bat and just turn the wrist and get a single on the onside. Instead, he's trying to pull it around the corner for a boundary. And just for a short period, you might just want to rotate the strike.
And this time he gets the pull in and he gets 4 runs. Bad miss on the boundary there. Really should have done better. He got around to it. And then again, it really is about the footing out in the deep. So you can't be too hard on the fielders out there because they are in a little bit of a slippery slope. And even you could see, was losing his footing just as the ball had arrived in his area.
And that one worked in his favor for Nelia because if you can't get to rotate the strike, or you're trying to, but you do get a bad delivery and you have to try and put it away. And he fortunately got it to the boundary with that little bit of fumble just at backward square. And that might just be what he needs to get going.
Again, trying to force it away, not able to take advantage. But again, an iron ball delivered there by Mitchell, who, despite the 4 of the last ball of the previous over, and that pull shot for 4, he has been very tidy, very economical. He's in the second over, 9 conceded so far, and he's going for a big one again. But excellent bowling, really just mixing up his deliveries.
Oh, the man who was sweeping on the offside, he's brought in. And the field change. Look at that shot there. He just lost all balance, all focus, head in the air, and he's trying to hit it out the park. And somebody maybe need to have a word with him here just to settle down. Try and rotate the strike a bit more. If you get a bad delivery, by all means, try to put it away.
Yeah, they come again, and it certainly is a favorite area for scoring for these two. They're not afraid to play the ball on the onside as well as through the offside. And it's really up to the bowlers now to try to limit them in those areas as much as possible. And part of the plan, I would imagine, is to try and bowl as close to the stumps, especially the off stump, not so much the leg stump. And this one is in the air, but it's going to fall safely again. So a little bit of luck working the way of the Northside Stars at the moment. And another couple runs well taken again.
That's a good throw as well from Shaquille John out in the deep.
So 4 overs completed, 27 without loss after 4.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
27 without loss after 4. That last shot from Suka, he was denied of the strike a bit in that last over. He tried to go after a wide one. Just came off the outer portion of the bat and a couple down to backward of point where the fielder was removed from.
Brian Yearwood starts his first over. And I'm sure he would like to continue to keep things relatively quiet. Don't want to be the one guilty of either bowling too short or too wide or even too full. And just as I say so, he tosses up a nice juicy half volley that is put away quite nicely right there in his wagon wheel. And Fornelia says, thank you very much. And it's a KFC maximum.
A nice pickup shot there, given length and deciding to go with it and got enough of it. The man is there at long on, but he could only watch it sail over his head. And that one, has it gone out of the ground? And we're looking to get the box of balls back out in the middle. We're going to need a new ball. 4 overs, 4.2. So you're going to have to get one that's almost brand new. But excellent start here from these two batsmen. Fornelia getting going now. And 1 6 and a 4. So he is not just catching up, but in fact his strike rate is now much higher than that of Sukwa. 130 he's striking at with that 6.
Yeah, so it's Brian Yearwood greeted there by that massive hit. Unfortunately, we're not seeing the youngster who's normally there with the dogs playing and would retrieve the ball for us.
It's too hot out there, Ruskin, for him to be out there playing in this hot sun. Perhaps he just had his lunch, taking a little bit of a siesta until it cools down.
Or he might be thinking, if I don't return the ball, we have a ball to practice with tomorrow.
We have something to pelt the coconuts and the mangoes with.
We have, we could play some cricket on the concrete strip.
You might just sell it back to the players.
A little bit shorter this time, trying to make a quick adjustment. certainly in terms of his length, because he was over pitching the last time and it got smashed out of the ground. Short again, and that's in the air. Could be out, just missing out there. And you could see he was trying to get around it, but it just seemed to get away from him. Cordell Andrews. And the ball fell safely.
Well, I think he tried a faster one and dug it in short. And an up and under. Almost lost his wicket, but he got just enough of it to put it out of the reach of the fielder. Might just consider himself lucky to still be out there. I thought Ryan Yearwood might have come around to try and take it. The youngster might be just a little bit faster. Try and get around.
Yeah, it's always important that they understand what is happening, and you ride your luck sometimes. And that's very well played again. But just a single from it. So that ends the over, and at the end of 5, it's 36 without loss.
So just over 7 runs and over in the power play with 1 over to come. And a good start from the opening pair. Sukwa returning to the top of the order is on 18. And a good partnership. Might just be exactly what the captain would have asked them to do. Try to get off and running, because you do have batting to come. Andre Medina, see if he comes in 1 down again, or if it's going to be the captain himself who came at 1 down in the last game, or in fact will it be Kyle Ramlu? Might just be a matter of what the score is and at what point in the overs they lose wickets to determine who will come out next. But it's going to be a bowling change. Chadion Raymond has decided he's going to come in and bowl the final over of power play. Yearwood as well, not bad bowling figures. He's having an excellent tournament with scores of 32 and 43 with the bat, the all-rounder. But he's had 1 for 19 off of 4 against the combined All-Stars and 1 for 30 against Barataria ball players. So he's been certainly involved in the game.
And almost carrying to that short fine leg there. Luckily for him, Chadion Raymond almost had a wicket off his first ball. You could see him just trying to help it for Nelia. Didn't really try to hit it too hard. And it probably was a good thing too, because it dropped well short of the man.
He's going to have to be aware that Chadion Raymond, Ruskin, it might be just sharper than Mitchell. He certainly can put the ball through with a good speed. Can be quite quick when he decides to bend his back, Chadion Raymond. A little extra yard of pace here for Nelia's consideration.
And again, trying his best to just throw the bat at the ball, and finding that it's an iron ball, hitting the bat rather than the bat hitting the ball. And it's probably shocking him right now when you execute a shot like that.
Yeah, this is iron delivery, the Game of Thrones, and the Thrones being the trophy for the North Zone T20 Festival title. Taking a couple seconds here, additional seconds for Nelia, just to settle himself. Got a couple boundaries, 62 in the last game. Trying to settle himself for this final over power play.
Yeah, he would probably like to get it up into the 40s before it's all said and done in terms of the power play. But right now, Chadion Raymond not cooperating.
And again, we're back to what we were discussing earlier. And we saw 1 over from Mitchell where Sukwa was stuck at the non-striker's end. And when he eventually got onto strike, for Nelia not being able to rotate the strike, couldn't put away the balls as well. And Sukwa just went after 1 off the outer portion of the bat. And they had just brought in the backward point in off the boundary, and could have gone to him had he stayed out there.
Again, he's trying to drive, so this is good bowling from Raymond. Just keeping it thereabouts, not trying to do too much with it. If anything, he would like to beat him for pace and maybe just bite the edge on the way through.
Ruskin, sometimes you see a bowler bowling a good over, it's 4 dot balls, and then they want to try and do something different. Try a slow delivery or something, and then they get punished when they try that. See what Raymond would opt for here. So far, he has Fonili in a bit of difficulty. He's been attacking the stumps, bowling wicket to wicket so far.
And here's another stifled appeal, but they're going to get a leg by. And he hits the stump, but the batsman was safely home. So good cricket all around. And a loud appeal, quick, sharp leg by, and a good return. That
it actually came off the batsman who was running through. Missed the stump. Sometimes Ruskin, that one heading down the leg side. Sometimes Ruskin, that throw comes in. You see the batsman veering off to the side. And you just saw him slowing up there a bit, Sukwa, as the ball was coming directly toward him.
you don't want to get hit.
And you might get yourself short of the crease trying to avoid being hit.
Yep. Seen that before. And this one is peeling off a thick outside edge, but it's going to run fine. Over the keeper's head it goes. The man at fine leg never had a chance. So not for the first time. The last delivery of what otherwise would have been a good over. The over has been spoilt by some enterprise shown by the batsman in that over, but it didn't really hit it with the conviction he wanted to, but they all count, and that's all that is important to them at this stage. So at the end of the power play overs, it's 40 for no loss after 6.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB. It's banking for real.
Welcome back, 40 without loss, 6 overs gone, and we spoke about it, Ruskin. The bowler, 4 good deliveries, the 5th good delivery. They get the rotation of the strike. Sukwa comes in and tries to suit. The bowler tries to do something different, goes for a boundary instead of repeating what he's been doing against Fornelia. Tries a short pitch delivery. Perhaps there was no need for anything different. Trying to test out the young man off the top edge and down to the boundary for 4 behind the bat. And Sukwa again having to face a final delivery of an over that was stifled for runs and trying to do something a bit too aggressive perhaps, and luckily for him, it didn't go straight up in the air or through to the wicket keeper. It went over the keeper's head for 4.
Yeah, well, that worked out fine for him.
And this game goes by so quickly that any mistakes with bat on ball is soon forgotten. Guerra is back.
And again, he's gone even bigger this time. That's a massive hit. Really, he put his whole shoulder, his whole body into that one, and it went sailing out of the ground.
Yeah, he's forgotten about picking mangoes. He's trying to go after the coconuts in the backdrop. Perhaps he's trying to put it over the house as well. That's a massive strike, a KFC maximum. Fornelia certainly coming into his own now, especially firstly Yearwood, the spinner, and now Guerra. And he's seeming to take a liking to the bowling of Guerra. He's hit for 2 boundaries, 2 fours, and now he's going for his first 6. Davis Guerra being brought back into the attack. And umpire Gay having to bring back out the box of balls.
Yeah, you better keep those nearby, because when you get to this stage, it's the creme de la creme. So the ones who've been hitting the 4s and 6s.
Yeah, the umpire is in a bit of a quandary now, so he's taking the entire box of balls. There are 2 boxes brought out by the umpire. He's walking across to Sean Wilson, who hasn't moved a muscle, Sean Wilson. He's going to wait for the umpire to reach all the way next to him. And because I think the problem might be, Ruskin, they're looking at the newer box of balls, and they might be thinking, with 47 runs on the board after 6 overs, these balls might just be too new.
Yep. And it certainly is a question that they have to answer. Which ball do they use? Do they want to give them too old a ball? Then that may be a disadvantage. to the bowling team. But then you don't want to take the advantage away from the batting team either. So what do?
Did they get it back?
Maybe we could go in the nets and have a knock.
I just wonder if they got it back as well, because the umpire has gone back with the box of balls. I don't think they took anyone out of the box. Just have to confirm if they got it back or not. Yeah, the umpire doesn't have anything in his hands, neither does the square leg. So perhaps they got the ball back, which is good.
Maybe they're going to try a next batch of balls to see if they can find one that is really a like for like.
Yeah, he has a bigger box with more boxes of balls, and that might be a good thing to have, because we've seen a number of balls disappear. And yeah, and he's just taken one that was not in a box. It was in the bigger box, not the branded box of balls, which would suggest that it is an older ball that they have used in a previous game.
See more and more spectators arriving at the venue. They have a big doubleheader here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, so quite a lot of cricket for them for today. But right now we're focusing on the first semi-final, and congratulations to the 4 teams who have made it through to the Final 4, and it's now a question of who can get the job done today. This is when it matters most.
Both batsmen on 22 now. 47. 6 being struck off the first delivery after the power play. Long off, long on, deep cover, a deep mid wicket and a backward square. The 5 outside of the ring.
Fornelli again is on the back foot. Probably hit that one a little, how should I say, a little later than he wanted to. He probably wanted to punch it square, and but he kind of delayed, and he just sort of tugged it back past the bowler, when he probably wanted to delay it a little bit more and play it down behind point. Something similar to that there. That's well played.
He got a little more wit on that occasion, and Guerra is not going to pitch up anything else for the rest of this over. And in fact, he's bowling it quite quickly through to the batsman.
Well, you have to understand what you're working with here now. And again, that's very well played, but it's in the gap, but it's going to fall safely. The run-in, though, is not of the best. They just jogged a single. That ball was in the air for so long, you would be thinking by the time the ball lands, they would have completed one and be pushing for a second. But they just never seem interested.
I think he thought as well that it might have run further, closer to the boundary. In fact, he probably thought he hit it so well he'd get 4.
Now, this one is in the air, but that too is going to fall safely. So they're right in their luck a little bit here. They're not really getting anything to hand, but a few fall shots or some risk involved.
Yeah, Davis Guerra is just darting them in now. He's not giving them any flight. He doesn't want to give them enough time to try and get under it. He's putting it a little short of a length as well.
And that time he's going into the gap again, and will you believe it, he overran the ball. He was going to his left, the ball was pitched and it stopped, and he ran past it and then was clutching at air as he was trying to haul it in.
Yeah, I think it might just be a bit soft down there, Ruskin. You saw the ball just spin as well as it landed, because we've seen one plug on the offside. This one just slowed up as it landed and gripped a bit in the surface. So it might just be a little bit soft down on that end. That's the area where we've seen earlier games that we couldn't have the games being played because it was so wet in those areas that the matches had to be abandoned.
Well, 7 overs completed is 55 without loss, with Fornelli now onto 28 and Sukwa up to 24.
A run rate of 7.5. It's a good start with a projected total of 157, and captains usually want more just to try and ease the stress and the pressure on them when it's their turn to bowl and for him to set the field. But it's not a bad start at all. especially having not lost a wicket, because if you keep wickets intact coming into the back end of the innings, you can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, they have to factor that in as well. How do they preserve overs? How do they preserve wickets as well? Now it's going to be Brian Yearwood coming back into the attack.
A change of ends for Yearwood.
And this one goes right through, and it's going to run away as well.
That was totally misjudged by Devon Sweeney. He was coming in, and he was coming in too quickly. It was racing toward him. He tried to, well, he thought about sticking the boot out. Then he realized that he hadn't gotten there. And then he decided to turn and try and chase it. But once he made that decision to not dive, it went past him. He was never going to catch up with it.
Yeah, it probably wasn't the angle that he wanted, but the ball just seemed to elude his vision early on, and by the time he reacted to it, the ball had gone past him. And again, it squirted off the under edge of the bat. He probably didn't expect it.
Smith, the wicketkeeper, is trying to get Ryan Yearwood to move around to his left, and he's not going. He's reluctant to do so.
Wide delivery signaled by the umpire, so things are going from bad to worse for them. They've been very disciplined so far in this game. Just a couple of wides, but they start to add up now.
That's an excellent delivery there from Brian Yearwood. Tucked him up for room. Sukwa. He's looking to force the ball away. He's looking to hit boundaries. 28 off of 20. Just wonder if he might just overcompensate after being too wide outside the off-stump. But there's a man at the backward square.
And this time he's going again. And no, I don't know if he took it because it went right down to his bootlaces. And he himself has acknowledged that he didn't take it. But it probably would have been better had he just come forward by a meter. But he just seemed he was stuck there. In fact, it came out of his grasp. And just as the hands separated, it fell on the ground.
That's Cordell Andrews out there, I think it is. So one opportunity go to him at short third man. He couldn't get around.
And again, he's getting a thick outside edge that will net him 4 more.
And then this over, Brian Yearwood changing ends, but it has not seemed to aid the scoring rate. In fact, they've accelerated. And that one off the bottom edge, a wide delivery. Didn't get his left leg across to it. I was just swinging hard. Came off the bottom edge, past the wicketkeeper. It's gone for 4.
Elliot Julie has to be mindful here of how things are progressing, because all of a sudden they're off to the races now and looking for more. So really productive, another productive over.
65 runs on the board and all of their wickets intact still. A very expensive over from Brian Yearwood, his second over.
And another back foot shot that can't net him a run. I think wrong place, wrong time, you'd have to say. But the over comes to an end. 8 completed at 65 without loss.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Pelori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition. Embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
So plenty for Chidi and Raymond to ponder over to see if they can finally prize out a wicket here and break this partnership. It's starting to loom large in the general context of a semi-final.
Seems as though Cordell Andrews is going to come into the attack. He's only bowled once in the tournament, and that was against Ebony. He bowled 2 overs, none for 4. He does have other options, Aidan Antoine, and the 19 player, as well as Shaquille John. So So this is going to be the 5th bowler to be introduced. And what a time to be given an opportunity to bowl. Semi-final time. He's bowling to Sukwa, who is looking quite good on 29 off of 22 deliveries with 5 fours. Stroking the ball quite well, timing it quite nicely as well.
She waits now, and it's going to be Andrews. And Lifter just seemed to be trying to play it from the crease. And was just trying to guide it, didn't really try to hit it. The angle for the left-hander probably took it away from him.
Interesting approach. He starts immediately around the wicket. 3 fielders in the deep on the onside and 1 at short fine leg.
This time again, he's turning it in the air. They're happy with 1. So again, the ball has been in the air for a while on several occasions, but none so far has really gone to hand other than the 1 sharp chance down at long off. But that one was dying and it didn't make that much height.
Into the 9th over now. Not lost a wicket just yet.
And he's gone again into the gap. It goes, and it's very well fielded. That's excellent cricket there. And just to help it out there, Mitchell, Kashmir Mitchell, doing very well. He just stuck out the paw and pulled it back from going. It might have been actually over the boundary when he touched it, but he was not over the boundary. The ball might have been, but not him, and he held it back quite nicely.
Ruskin, you're certainly not going to be happy with the running there. They just went for 1 run. He stood almost admiring the shot for Neely. An excellent work from Mitchell, but you're going to have to run every single thing. You don't want to leave anything out there. Just a single. Could have gotten 2 quite easily.
And this time it's up in the air again, so they're already finding ways. And again, I can't believe they were even contemplating whether or not to run for 2, when you would think that 2 would be the call immediately without any hesitation.
Ruskin was just having a look at his right foot as it landed next to that return crease. One of the things you're bowling around the wicket, you have to be very careful of that back foot, because you're coming in at an angle and you're trying not to follow through onto the pitch. You look at that back leg again. It's good this time. Slower delivery.
Big play and a miss, and really was off balance. He didn't seem to be composed as to how he was going to play that shot. Just picked it up and stepped out to it, but again, nowhere near the line of the ball.
As we get a whiff of some of the fried chicken being fried for all the spectators turning out at this game. Sukwa thought he had a piece of food there as well, advancing down the track.
Yep, he went fishing. And once more, as he went with a big, they're appealing for a catch at the wicket, but not out, says the umpire. So that ends over number 9. It's 69 without loss.
An excellent start here. 69 runs on the board. And when you think about their leading run scorer, still yet to come, Kyle Ramdu, who has 250s, 42 and 31 in the tournament so far. There's the big hit in Ramon Diaz, who's a high score of 37. Not to mention as well the captain Kendall Guerra, who's had an excellent tournament with bat and ball. So he's looking pretty ominous here for the Santa Cruz Sports. The captain, Chadion Raymond, has just bowled a 1 over, conceded 4, and Cordell Andrews coming back for his team, coming into the bowling lineup and just conceding 4 runs as well. So he'll be happy, the captain, that he could find a bowler who could be a bowler good economical over for him.
Yeah, that's what he needs right now. He doesn't need too much more at the moment. John it is. And decides to go on a little rehearsal.
And how many times we see it's a double change. How many times we see either the final over power play or the final over before the drinks break, a new bowler being introduced. What a time to come into the attack with 67 on the board, no wickets down.
And Jonathan, this one is in the air again. Settling under it is Raymond, but he drops it.
He never looked comfortable. He was coming in and it was quite high as well, and you could see that he was slowing down when he was coming in, and then it went behind him. So even though he was slowing down, he still overran it. Just wonder if the wind might have just pushed it a bit. Might have been swirling around with this breeze coming across the ground. Not sure how much of a wind there is out there.
He never seemed to get his feet set under him. He was always moving and not moving in a positive way. And again, but sometimes you look at them as unnecessary risk, but again, the batsmen, they're the ones out there, so they may have an idea of what they can or can't score off of.
At the back of their mind as well would be the fact that they know they have a lot of batting to come, and they're batsman who's been very successful in the tournament waiting to come in, and after 9 overs they're looking to go after everything.
And again, that's very well played again, but on this occasion they again have to settle for the 1 run.
And Chidian Raymond, the captain, was the man that put the catch down coming in from a long on. And he would be bitterly disappointed, apart from the bowler as well. You bring on a bowler to bowl that 1 over before the interval, and you have an opportunity to get a wicket and could actually just change the momentum for your team going into the drinks interval, and the captain would be disappointed that he himself put the catch down.
Yeah, it's something that he must have been considering all along, and now it's probably still playing on his mind. This one is cracked away nicely for 4.
Sukwa has been in tremendous form. He is timing it exquisitely, and this time he's given width outside the off stump and punishes the new bowler Shaquille John and executed it to perfection. A shot that has the fans cheering.
Yep, they're loving it so far, and with good reason. 72 now on the board.
And good support here for all the teams in this North Zone T20 Festival at all the games.
And he's trying again, but that's a very well played. And Chidian Raymond does exceptionally well to limit them to just a 1.
So it has to be said as well, Kwasi Fornilie started a bit slowly, and Sukwa, who was going guns from ball 1 with an array of good-looking classical traditional cricket shots, but he's caught up to him very quickly. Fornilie, both batsmen in the 30s now.
Down the wicket he comes, and he cracks it into the deep mid-wicket region, and there's cover out there, so they're only interested in 1, and 1 it will be. As they make their way off the field, it's the end of over number 10. The halfway stages here, and at the end of 10, it's 78 without loss. Northside Future Stars, after they were put into bat by Santa Cruz Sports.
Blue Water's posse identified! Somebody pass blue water, somebody bring blue water, somebody get blue water, and we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water, working posse water, school children they water. Blue water spray, fitness posse water, the office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB. It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Oh. Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue Water's posse identified! Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party pussy water, working pussy water. School children they water. Blue water spray. If it is pussy water, the office pussy water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then CRUZ Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check CRUZ. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to CRUZ today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
10 overs gone. Billy Furlong here alongside Ruskin Mark. Cricket 360 production bringing you semi-final action here in this North Zone T20 Festival. 78 without loss after 10. And Jesse Sukwa 37. Kwasi Fonili 33. A good start, Ruskin Mark, from the pair out there, the opening batsman.
We were saying this is what they needed to set a tone. They've delivered. No, you don't want them to just throw it away. If they can refocus now after this break, because we've seen so often right after a break, batsmen do strange things. But if they can maybe bat another 2 or 3 overs and even increase the tempo a little bit, maybe push this score closer to the 100 mark, they would have done more than requested.
Cordell Gillen to continue round the wicket. Across the right-handed Fornelia. Touching down stump to stump and just heading across. Can't lay any bat onto it for Neely. During the drinks break as well, did not see Kyle Ramdu pad it up. He made his way out to the middle. So he may not be coming in one down. Might be something for Captain Kendall Guerra to consider with just less than 10 overs left.
Oh, you had to run that down. He almost ran a single trying to play that. It was so wide.
Yes, just the umpire just confirming that that was a wide to his square leg and that there are 5 balls left in the over. And it's a bit dangerous when you're wrong the wicket trying to push it across the right hander at that length, because you don't want to pitch up too close. And it can't go wide. It's a fuller length delivery.
They could get 2 here. But again, the running is not, it's not aggressive running.
Cashman Mitchell was quickly onto it to try and deter them. But then they just pulled out of it and not putting any pressure on the fielder to pick up. Despite the fact that he did.
Yeah, you have to put pressure on the fielders because you don't know what they'll do.
This time he's losing a bit of shape, but it's going through the wicket keeper. It's heading out toward the boundary, and it will go into the boundary. And that is not what you want to happen, particularly the bowler Andrew. He straightened the ball. It was closer to the off stump, just about a 5th stump line, and it kept a bit low when it was on the way through to the wicket keeper, and he couldn't get down. He was already up. Not quite sure he even started in a crowd position, but it's gone past him for 4.
Yeah, Alvin Smith not really distinguishing himself there. and he knows it. He's probably bitterly disappointed. He's had a good tournament so far, but what I've seen from quite a number of wicketkeepers is that they're prone to those lapses. That's another good shot.
More classical shot there, stroked out, work for Yearwood to do, and he makes a meal of it on the boundary. Trying to just push it back in, but he was quick to it. I just thought he could have just picked the ball up and get the throw in, but he decided to dive forward to push the ball forward and got it all wrong. So back-to-back boundaries here, but that's a classical shot from Jesse Sukwa. Onto the front foot, nice high elbow, playing through the line of the delivery. He deserved the 4.
Could have volleyed too, and he didn't forget, but talk about making a meal of it, and he should, I don't know if he was trying to scoop it up and return it, but actually the ball bounced in front of him. That's what happened. It took an awkward hop.
Andrew, and he's chipping it in the air, and coming in is Yearwood, and he has the ball in his hands. The wicket has been taken, the breakthrough made. Cordell Andrew gets a wicket, that of Jesse Sukwa, and he's gone for 37, trying to go in the air, down the ground. He just played one glorious off drive all along the carpet. This time deciding to go in the air, and he's lost his wicket for 41.
Yeah, so there's a pretty good knock. It actually was a good catch too, because we all know what has happened time and again, and even in this game we've seen quite a few near misses and players slipping and sliding all over the place. But to hold on to that one was an achievement in itself and a good outcome.
So the captain has again returned in the one down position ahead of Andre Medina. So this is a change they made in the last game where the captain came in one down. And normally he bats after Medina and Ramdu, but deciding to come out now. And we saw him do it in the last game. He also opened the bowling as well in the last game. So he's deciding to take on the responsibility on his shoulders with both bat and ball in the last game, and now so far in this innings with the bat. He's made his way out to the middle with the score 88 for 1. And has to be said, Cordell Andrew had a very good first over, conceding just 4 runs. And despite the fact that he was struck for a boundary, and then there was 4 byes in the over as well. So it's not a bad outing, not a bad decision to bring him into the attack.
Yeah, so these are the chess moves now, and who will blink first. And we did say after the break things happened, and they were sailing along quite nicely, and then eventually disaster struck there. Now they have to be careful, because as we say, you lose one and then you could easily lose a second.
Yeah, particularly if they get this wicket, 30 scores of 30 and 40, the captain Kendall Guerra got 40 in the last game when he came up to number 3. And he's fishing outside the awesome. Has he gotten something onto that? Not out, says the umpire. Now Andrews was very confident. The wicketkeeper less so. In the end of the 11th over, 88 for 1.
Pretty good delivery first up. Kutsui's going to be an 88 for 2 there. Passed very close to the glove.
Yeah, and it's almost a dead giveaway, Ruskin, when you see a batsman looking back. Perhaps he was just looking to see if there was any full slip or short third man that he could have gone past.
I think if we could see that again, it would be interesting to see whether or not he did get a touch onto it.
It was very, very close to the glove. And at times, Ruskin, if it does come onto the glove, sometimes it slows up. That one seemed to maintain its pace, but definitely there was more bounce on offer than Guerra anticipated.
Yeah, because it jumped over the blade of the bat and almost brushed the glove. Look at it again. And you could just see the ball move. But that's water under the bridge, as they say. And now another chance here coming in. And he's taken it to the 2 batsmen. The 2 set batsmen are gone now.
And as we said, Ruskin, right after the drinks break, you have to be very careful. You can lose wicket, and when you lose one wicket brings 2. This time, Chadian Raymond is not going to make any mistake at all. And the question for Nelia, the two openers have now gone. Sukwa for 41 and now for Nelia for 34.
It was a good catch, well judged catch down. If the first one was good, this one was even better. And Andrews, well, this has been an interesting turn of events here now because we only have two new batsmen and Kyle Ramdu is finally making his arrival.
And it's an excellent strike back from Santa Cruz here. And if at any point in time you want to see Kyle Ramdu coming to the crease, is with the loss of a wicket at the other end as well. So you have two new batsmen out there in the middle yet to score. So there'll be a little bit of pressure on him. It's a semi-final game. So an additional bit of pressure on the batsman because you lose here and you're out of the competition. You want to go through to that final. And with that just at the back of your mind, pressures you into a different type of innings sometimes.
Well, but no, when you get to this level now, you're probably just trying to just repeat what got you there, what you've been doing all along. Don't try to change anything. And if anything, you probably want to make absolutely certain that before you start throwing the bat around, that you at least get some rhythm and some timing.
So the double bowling change that we saw before the drinks break, working at either end with Shaquille John picking up a wicket off of his very first delivery. So we're in the 12th over. Immediately off the mark is Ramdu out to deep cover. And this is going to be a critical partnership here. The opening partnership was an excellent one for 88 runs, but they've lost two quick wickets. As well, the batting to come, it's Akil Guerra, who's also been in good touch with scores of 38 and 42. And then there's, of course, Ramon Diaz, who can just belt the ball around the ground with a high score of 37 in the tournament. But they certainly want to build a partnership here. Perhaps bat until the 14th over, bat a bit normally, look to put away bad deliveries, but rotate the striker as well. And just get through this period of middle overs until the 14th or 15th over.
But it's good bowling. You have to tip your hat to John. And they're going back for a second run, and really that's criminal. The ball was just bouncing there. Three fielders converging on the ball. Neither one took the initiative, and the batsman said, and they just sprinted back for a second.
You're definitely in the wide awake club, Kendall Guerra and Kyle Ramdu. They were going through for a single. They thought all there was going to be was one, but the batsman quite away and keeping their eyes on it. Short, and Guerra misses a pull shot, and they come through for a quick single shy at the non-striker's end. And Guerra could have been in a bit of trouble there had that been a direct hit. Bouncing the tallest man out there. He's the tallest man in the tournament, is Kendall Guerra. So you're going to have to get that ball up really high if you're trying to threaten him with a short delivery. It was into his right thigh and a shy from the wicket keeper.
He might have just made it, but you see, he couldn't amble like he would normally do. Had to hasten.
Again, a short delivery, and it's good batting from this pair. Good rotation of strike. They're not trying to do anything too risky with the loss of two wickets. And just fresh out to the crease, looking to rotate the strike. We've seen Guerra. He's not the fastest out there running between the wickets, but what he lacks in pace, he makes up in stride. Because just about 4 or 5 strides with the height of the captain of the Northside Future Stars, and he's almost down at the other end.
It's unfair. That's what it is.
Reminds me of a Curtly Ambrose with just 4 strides down the pitch.
Look at Joel Garner.
John is pitching up a good delivery, and look at the running there as well. It's pushed just to the right of the man at extra cover, and it's an easy single to pair. Crosses. They make it look so easy.
Yeah, they've really been just placing the ball, not putting any pressure on it, and just placing it quite nicely as well. So giving themselves time to finish the singles.
And sometimes when a pair is batting so well and running between the wickets so well.
So 93 for 2 after 12.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Back 93 for 2 after 12 overs. The captain and the leading run scorer, Kyle Ramdu. Kendall Guerra, the captain, and Kyle Ramdu, the leading run scorer for Northside Future Stars. They're out there in the middle. And they're trying to build on that opening partnership put on between Suquan Fornelia of 88. So they've laid a good foundation here. They want to capitalize on 8 overs to come and to count it. The captain, Chadion Raymond, is back into the attack. Full toss, and this is the mix-up here. And he's going to be run out. Kendall Guerra was about to make the point at the end of the last over. When we talk about the running, how good it's been in the wicket. And just as you start to speak about that and how confidently they've been doing it, you see something like this. A total mishap. Now, Guerra made the call. He was coming for the run, but it was straight to extra cover. And I'm not sure there was a run there. It was neither to the left or right of him. And Ramdu had to send back his captain, and his captain is now sent back to the pavilion.
Well, look how the game has changed after the openers gave them such a wonderful platform, putting on 88 before being separated. But look at how overcommitted he was there. And the wicketkeeper doing the smart thing. Smith catching the ball, give the fielder credit as well. He thought initially of throwing at the bowler's end, and then he opted to go to the striker's end. And it worked wonderfully well for them. Another wicket goes down. 3 wickets now, and in the space of 5 runs.
And it went straight to the man, so it was straight to him, got it in his hands. It was at a good height as well. And an easy throw back to the wicket keeper's end. It was a bit wide, but the keeper, Alvin Smith, did well to keep his eyes on it, collect it, and execute the run out. He was reaching back toward the stump to execute the run out. And I suppose, Ruskin, if anybody you wanted to have run out in that situation between Ramdu and Guerra, you would have wanted it to be Guerra, although he's the captain.
Well, you wanted Guerra, but if you're a North Side supporter,
yes.
Yeah, but if you were a Santa Cruz supporter, you probably would have liked to have seen the back of Ramdu early on, and you probably would have lived with Guerra being out there. But hey, a wicket is a wicket, and you're hoping now that the bowlers can come to the party now, pick up a couple more, and put even more pressure on the North Side batting, and maybe this might force them into error. Or if they choose to consolidate, then it means it's going to slow down the scoring considerably for the next 2 or 3 overs.
So wickets falling for the second time on the first delivery of the over, back-to-back overs. Chadion Raymond, the captain, delivers an excellent Yorker. The batsman out there, Akil Guerra, but it's Kyle Ramdu on strike. Had to come down on it quickly. Now this pair would know each other quite well. Played for the same club all through the youth format and the same zone as well. And now doing battle in the North Zone. Excellent delivery.
Yeah, it was a good delivery right up in the block hole. No margin for error. You also have to get your toes out of the way.
So in 9 deliveries, we've seen 3 wickets fall. A full toss. He's searching for the Yorker again, but he can't get it past the diving man at extra cover. It's Brian Yearwood there, and a full toss, and he couldn't put it away. And all of a sudden, seems as though all the pressure is being brought to bear on the 2 batsmen out in the middle now, with 3 wickets down.
Well, that's what happens when you lose your 2 set batters. If you lose one, you say okay, but when you lose them both quickly, a lot could happen. Now, if they run quickly, they might get a second here, and they're going for it, but they're going to have to hurry, and they make it this time.
And Aguero there to get off the mark. And he did quite well when he grounded his bat, now he's running toward the fielder charging in, grounded his bat and realized that he held on for a fraction of a second before coming back, waiting to see the call from Ramdu. And it was in the affirmative. And once he got the call, he was charging down to the wicketkeeper's end and got there quite quickly, as the throw was also heading in that direction. So 95 for 3. Guerra off the mark. And he's out. Caught at backward point. Straight to the man, Davis Guerra. Losing their 4th wicket now before the 100 is on the board. And Santa Cruz clawing their way back into this contest.
Yeah, it is. It really is a careless shot. He just gifted the ball. And he goes for 2. And it's now 95 for 4.
So the fall of wickets, Jesse Sukwa on 88 in 10.5 overs. And 2 deliveries later, Kwesi Fornelia went on the same total, 88. Then Kendall Guerra was out, run out. And at times you see the run out. It just throw teams into a disarray. And unsettled Guerra, a high delivery, good bounce on it. And he's not quite trying to play an up and under, but he's just putting the bat there and hit it straight to the man at point.
Yeah, he really should have spunked that and not worry about whether it was in the air or on the ground. And just hit it hard, and he probably would have cleared the head of that man at point quite easily. Or, if in his effort to hit it hard, he probably could have hit it on either side of him, and it probably would have been safe, because I didn't see Guerra taking a catch that close in that is powerfully hit either side of him.
And they're saying when you're cutting, cut hard. Otherwise, you're just giving catching practice. And that is what that seemed like. It went straight to the man, Davis Guerra. So 1 catch put down in the outfield by the captain, Chidi and Raymond. But they've come back quite well and taken 3 good catches. 2 out in the deep. And now 1 at backward point. The new batsman, Andre Medina, who's been batting at 1 down in the earlier games, the preliminary matches. He's made score of 9, 1 and 8. 6 as well. This one down the leg side. Stepping across is Smith. Chidi and Raymond with an extra yard of pace. 2 wickets have fallen in this over, 1 via the run-out route.
And he must be buoyed now, because he's thinking, if I can get another wicket here and break the back of this batting lineup. And I think the wicket they want now is Ramdu's. So he has to be careful, because he's now batting not just for himself, but for his team.
Captain Raymond short of a length. I just wondered, as the end of 13 overs, 96 for 4. And Medina yet to get off the mark, and Kyle Ramdu on 2. And I just wondered for a moment, Ruskin, because they were batting so well, the opening pair, if they would have had a thought about sending Ramdu in 1 down, because 11 overs had gone, and you want to try and give your best batsman, the man who scored the most runs in the tournament for you, the most amount of overs to face.
Well, it didn't take him much longer to get out there, but I understand exactly what you're saying. That should not have been a coincidence. That should have been a deliberate act on their part. But they had success sending their captain earlier, so they decided that Kendall Guerra will bat at 3, but it didn't work for them this time, and Ramdu ended up coming out to bat at 4 instead of at number 3.
And on the other side of the coin, the strategy by Chidi and Raymond and their think tank at Santa Cruz, deciding to bring Cordell Andrews on, as well as Shaquille John. And it was a successful move after they were conceding some runs off of their main bowlers. And the 2 bowlers came in and had taken a wicket apiece, and they forced a run out as well.
Now Cashman Mitchell is back, and he wasn't bowling too badly. His 2 overs cost him 12 runs, but not all of them were positive shots off his bowling.
Ramdu on strike, and it's a full toss, a very high full toss. They take a single. The shy was at the bowler's end. They're going to come for 2. As Chidi and Raymond all the way out at long off. Has another return over the head of wicketkeeper Smith. But backup is there from here with a short fine leg. So the ball just going from one end to the next and then back across.
It was a no ball as well.
Yes, a very high full toss, and Ramdu did well to get on top of it. Now he's turning around to look at the umpire before taking off for the run.
Almost got run out.
Very interesting. Ramdu wanted to confirm, so perhaps he's thinking if it's a free hit, I want the free hit and I don't want to come for the single. But it worked out that he is going to be facing up for this free hit. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket and backward square on the onside, out in the deep. Short and pulled in the direction of, this is an almighty six. Has that gone on the roof? It's in our direction here in the media center, over the head of square leg, and it's into the stands.
And the crowd's loving it, and that's what Ramdu can do. And you want to see what Ramdu can do? Well, that's what Ramdu can do.
Yes, I come to show what Ramdu can do, is what he said. He's in tremendous form, Kyle Ramdu. Clears that front leg, anticipating a short delivery. And he got it. And he hit it up into the second level in the seating here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex.
Another KFC maximum.
99 for 4. Mitchell driven down the ground now. So he's come back into the attack. He's delivered a full toss. And a quite high full toss. Just went all wrong. Giving away a free hit. Smacked for 6. Not quite. Perhaps breaking a little bit of the pressure that they were under. Ramdu quickly on to 11. Not quite what Chidian Raymond would have wanted, bringing back one of his main bowlers, Kashmir Mitchell.
But he gets a chance now to bowl at Medina. And so he must be thinking if he could bowl maybe 2 or 3 good deliveries at him, who knows? He might be able to prize out a wicket here, catch him before he can settle.
Long run of just about 29 paces, Kashmir Mitchell. That's a good delivery. Started outside the off stump and just angled back in. Perhaps a little bit of in cut as well off the seam. Goes past the off stump. Kept a bit low also.
Yeah, just missed the off stump. Could have easily touched that off stump on the way through. And I tell you what, when Lawrence O was in his heyday and he was playing regional cricket, after he got into the 20s, you started to attack everybody else.
Medina facing up, pulls it around the corner, straight to Yearwood. No run, some passionate fans here in the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. They're not happy that their team has lost wickets. The Northside Future Stars demanding more runs. 106 for 4, the 100 coming up in this over.
Well, this is what I was hoping they'd do. They'll get some runs in the 3 or 4 overs after the break, but not for the loss of that many wickets.
Pitching up, angling into the right-hander. They get 1. They're going to look for 2. They're not going to get it. Davis Guerra at long off.
Yeah, so whenever they did that, and you saw, just like how Ramdu is kind of taking charge, when you saw Lawrence Rowe batting for 21 and he started to whistle, you see, you know, this could be a long one. So your focus changed to the other batsman.
Just try to give him a single.
Yeah, try to give him a single, and you want to put pressure on everybody else but him. Forget him, because his runs were almost like
guaranteed.
Yep.
Mitchell to try this time to Ramdu. Gets it out to deep cover. And another single to finish off the Kashmir Mitchell over. None for 24 he has in 3. An expensive over. As 14 gone, 108 for 4.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Welcome back here. Northside Future Stars being inserted into bat. 108 for 4. They've lost 4 wickets after an excellent opening partnership of 88. And just look at the dot balls. 39 dot balls in the innings, 24 singles, 17 extras in this total of 108.
which is a little bit surprising. But you know, like I said, we've seen teams leak runs that way, leak a lot of extras, and had to pay the price at the other end.
Ramdu facing up. And he's just rotating strike a bit in the last 6 deliveries or so. And Cordell Andrews is back into the attack. Very interestingly, for the left-hander, he's gone over the wicket, and for the right-handers, he's bowling around the wicket. And just keep an eye on his back leg as well, as North Stars trying to take off in these final few overs. Last 6 overs. Short 1 ball to come. With a projected total of 154. They certainly want more than that in the semi-final game against Santa Cruz Sports. It's a good delivery. Nice Yorker from Cordell Andrew. He's certainly been a handful since he's been given the ball.
Yeah, he's come back. He doesn't have the smoothest of run-ups. In fact, he struggles with his run-up consistently, but he hardly ever stops. He just seems to run through with his deliveries, but he doesn't have a very smooth run-up. You see, look at how he checks.
Trying for another Yorker, but just short of the mark. They go for 1. They're going to come for 2 out to deep mid-wicket. The throw is on the way, but excellent running between this pair of Medina and Ramdu. 1-1-1 for 4 in the 15th over.
Yeah, they can't double pump when you're that far away from the crease or from the wicket. You have to pick it up and release it. You can't double pump as if to see if the batsmen are running. You have to anticipate that they're running.
Yeah, what else are they going to be doing but running? It's down the leg side. He's missed his mark here. He's searching for a leg stump Yorker. He's delivered 1, and the other one he just missed the mark in terms of length. But this time he's missed the line, and it's down the leg side.
Yeah, he's trying to keep it up to the bat, and you know, invariably he might just miss that line. But you could see him trying to spear it into that middle and off stump from around the wicket. Take it away from the right-hander.
Try again, and it's a good length delivery. Pulled into the onside, and just 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. Wong is out there on the boundary edge, the substitute fielder, but he had no chance. It was hit with ferocious power from Medina.
Yeah, that's an excellent shot again, showing what he's capable of. We have already seen him in the tournament execute 1 or 2 lusty blows, so I'm sure that the Northside Stars outfit will be hoping that he can stick around with Ramdu for a couple of overs, and if that happens for a couple of overs, they will probably be keeping the scoreboard ticking over quite nicely.
Manida again, pitched up, works it into the onside. They're going to want 2 again, and Ramdu is coming, answering the call, and in fact there's a misfield between the 2 fielders, Wong, and they're going to come and get a 3rd. Mix up there in the outfield between Wong and John as the 2 players converged on it. Couldn't seem to decide which one they wanted to pick it up.
Well, that's it. He took it away from his teammate. He just put his hand down, and he just that deflection took it away, and then it was a mad scramble to try to get it back on track and get it in by Joshua Wong. But that should not be happening. All it takes is a call, a loud enough call.
He bails out of it this time. Andrew wasn't quite set, because now he's the left-hand right-hand combination means that he's switching from over to around and then back round to over. So it's throwing the bowler off here a bit. And that's exactly why, Ruskin, with the running, you've got to put pressure on the fielders out in the deep by running the first one hard, touching down and looking for a second. Andrew is ready this time. It's just going to be a single to finish off the over. 15 gone, 119 for 4.
Yeah, they're doing very well, these 2. And aided and abetted, of course, by the fielding. The fielders out there, they've had some serious lapses in the last 2 overs or so. And the batsmen have been able to take advantage of those.
Just a synopsis there of how the wickets have fallen in the tournament. So now it's a good recovery from the north side Future Stars after having lost 4 quick wickets with Medina and Ramdu out there in the middle. They've put on 24 runs in this partnership off of just 13 deliveries. So it's excellent running, and the allotment of runs has been split between Ramdu and Medina, 11 and 10 respectively. So last 5 overs to come now, and Chidian Raymond is going to just have to calculate who he wants to bowl which overs. With Shaquille John, 2 overs, he's bowled 1 for 12, and Cordell Andrews has completed 3 overs, 1 for 22. He himself, Raymond, has 2 left, as does Brian Yearwood, and 1 apiece for Guerra and Mitchell. Start the 16th over. Get a single pushed out to extra cover.
Yeah, they just have to keep going because you know Ramdu is going to launch at some point in time. So what you do is you rotate strike and stay down at the non-strikers and then enjoy the view.
And this is what can happen when you have a good opening partnership and a good foundation laid earlier on, that you keep your wickets for the back end of the innings. They lost 4 in a hurry, but now starting the 16th over, and it's still just the 4 wickets gone, so they still have wickets intact. There's still Ramon Diaz there in the dugout to come. This one turned into the onside, and they just complete a comfortable single, not looking to pressure the fielder because it wasn't going with any pace to the man out there in the deep at backward square.
Yeah, but that's precisely what they have to do. If you're not going to hit a boundary, then just rotate the strike, take a single, get off strike, and let's see what Ramdu can do. He's answered the call on a number of occasions already in this tournament. Can he do it again?
He's in a rich vein of form with both bat and ball. Just celebrated his birthday about a week or so ago. And he's still in celebratory mood as he hammers this one out square of the wicket. And they're going to get 2 more to the total, 124 for 4.
Yeah, they have to keep going. That's the whole idea here. If you're not going to get a boundary, and you could get 2, turn 1 into 2 and 2 into 3 without taking any undue risk, and that's precisely what they're doing right now.
Nicely judged as well. He just dabbed it down. As you said, Ruskin, he doesn't have a ball to put away to the boundary, but he ensures that they do score off of it.
They cannot allow themselves to just get lulled into a false sense of security here now, Santa Cruz. They've done well, but they have to finish the job. They can't just take it for granted that whichever bowler gets the ball is just going to, bowl a good over. That's far from the reality as we've seen in this tournament so far.
John bails out of it this time, not quite happy with his approach to the stumps, and just a bit of a sweat perhaps trickling down into his hand that was gripping the ball. Takes a little bit of dirt from the pitch just to dry his hands out. Refocuses. So does Medina with the bat. Backs away to create room and punches it down the ground. Followed him, the bowler. Nice return as well from out in the deep to the wicket keeper.
Chidian Raymond operating out there, that long on position, not taking any risk or any chances with those straight hits. So he's put himself there to try to cover as much ground as possible. And he's such a good fieldsman that he can probably change a game with a couple of brilliant catches out in the deep.
26 for 4. 1 delivery to come in the 16th over. Turned into the onside. They go for 1 quickly. Smartly off the boundary is Wong this time. And the end of 16 overs gone. Ramdu on 19, Andre Medina on 12, and 127 for 4 is the total by the Northside Future Stars.
Blue Waters posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. If it is posse water, the office posse water.
Welcome back here. I'm trying to rebuild the innings somewhat with the loss of 4 quick wickets. The slide started with the score on 88. They lost 4 wickets. And the 4th wicket went down for 95 runs on the board. 7 runs for 4 wickets they lost. But this has been a good recovery with this partnership now 32 off of 20 between the pair. And now with 4 overs to go, Ruskin, they'll certainly want to put their foot on the gas.
Yeah, they don't have a choice now. He's going to have to go. And but he doesn't have to go full bore and just swing at everything. You could kind of pick your spots and decide which of the bowlers you're going to target and how you're going to target them. There's some bowlers you know you're not going to get under them to lift them out of the ground, but you could still milk them and get 2, if not 3 every ball if you're not able to get boundaries.
Chidian Raymond back into the attack. Full toss, driven down the ground. So Ramdudia just resetting himself, adjusting his gloves, adjusting his pads, retaking his guard. So you could tell that he's looking to switch gears and adopt a different type of approach in this final 4 overs. And 7.92 runs on over the current run rate. Would you anticipate Ruskin as they try to accelerate for a final total after 20?
Yeah, they'd like to probably get it up to 10 if possible. It's going to take some effort, but it's not impossible. A couple big swings in each over the rest of the way, and voila, that could net you 10 if not 12 runs. Plus, you keep taking singles, possibly 2s, and next thing you know, you have 1 or 2 overs averaging about 15, 16 runs and over.
Yeah, a couple big overs to try and push a total closer to 170. They scored 174 for 6, and it was enough against Bugmalatris, Northside Future Stars. The last game, Chidian Raynham changes to wrong the wicket off the inside edge, but protection is out there.
And
he short fine leg.
Ball. Man, again, it's just about just doing the basics. He just kicked the ball away from his teammate, but not only did he kick it away from his teammate, he kicked it away from himself. So he just had to now chase and run it down, and they were able to scamper back comfortably.
It was as if he was trying to dribble him down the line, cut in with the right foot and then kick it past him with the left. Initially I thought he just kicked it past him like the Bruno Fernandes missed the penalty early on for Manchester United. EPL fans glued into games today. Pitched outside the off stump, a good delivery from Chidian Raymond. This time the wicketkeeper does not guard it cleanly.
And again, you dot balls, that's your enemy right now. You don't want to. It's like a kryptonite. You don't want to be conceding dot balls or spearing them with dot balls. I've said it time and again, if you're not going to make an attacking shot, then just block the ball and run. Just get behind the ball. Look at the big open spaces, square the wicket on the offside, square the wicket on the onside. In fact, anywhere on the onside. Once it's away from the bowler and it's followed through. That will do. Yep, there you go. But that should easily be a single. There's no guess here. You run every run.
In this final stages of the innings, you want to take everything on offer out there. Don't want to leave anything out there in the middle. You can't come back and get it. And anything can happen. The bowler could not pick it up. The wicketkeeper probably can't pick it up. The shy could go wide of the stumps.
But if he starts early, which you think he's looking for a single, yeah, it should be more than safe. The bowler had to run to retrieve the ball.
Just flexing the hamstrings, Chidian Raymond, as he tries to finish out his 3rd over. 2 deliveries to come. It's been a good over. It's wide outside the off stump. And a length that Medina cannot reach because his left leg is going away from the line of the delivery, taking his body momentum in that direction. And the bat cannot come across to meet up with the ball.
It's not, again, it's 3 dot balls, and you cannot allow, you don't have that luxury right now, not in these death overs.
So the pendulum just swinging back and forth in this match. Jadian Riemann just leaning over again. Seems to be stretching out, struggling a little bit. This one played out to Yearwood. Has some work to do at long off, and he fumbles it on the boundary, not for the first time. Allows the batsman to come through for a second run. Seems to have an issue out there. Not quite sure if it's soft on the footing out there, but not for the first time. He's fumbled out there in the deep. 17 overs gone, 132 for 4. Medina on 16, Kyle Ramdu on 20. It's a day for the underdogs. Have a look at it here, Ruskin. Is it just that you saw him slip there, but we saw one bubble as well that went for 4, so not comfortable.
Yeah, he missed it. Look, he put his hands down and missed it completely. Luckily, the boot was behind there, and it struck the boot, else that could easily have rolled into the boundary. And so, you know, he must be thanking his lucky stars. He listened to somebody that says, make sure and put your foot behind the ball when you're fielding. And
second line of defense.
Yep, and he was able to avoid, and even avoid a third run on the misfield or the bubble that he had there.
Yeah, because it didn't go too far away from him, despite the fact that he still slid with his left foot. But that second line of defense, the boot, is important. If you're not going to pull out the long barrier, and you seldom see it out in the deep, get that right boot behind it. Ramdu to face up Shaquille John is going to bowl the 18th over. And again, just a rotation of the strike. So they haven't gone gun blazing at the start of the 17th over, neither here at the start of the 18th. But at some point, Ruskin, you want to start to see some boundaries.
Yeah, they have to get a move on here now and try to, you know, increase the tempo significantly. Yeah, there's no tomorrow. You know, if you have to bat all 11 players, then you bat all 11 players. But you want to be able to see a couple balls sail out of the ground, maybe in quick succession.
It's the most apt expression. Go big or go home might just apply here. These dying stages, and here he goes big, and that is humongous. Over the head of, looks like Chadian Raymond down there at long off, and that's a KFC maximum.
Yeah, that's more like it, because you have to go, one of the two of them, if not both of them, have to be thinking now is the time. And, you know, if the bowler errs at all in length, then you have to punish him.
That one going all the way. Going to need a few more of these if they are going to try to get to that 160, 170 mark. John struck for a 6. And again in the air, and the man settling under it. Is he going to get it? Comes around quite easily and takes his second catch of the innings, Chadian Raymond. Not getting all of it on this occasion, Andre Medina. Perhaps coming a little bit higher off the bat. Not quite the sound we saw for the one, or we heard for the one that went all the way for 6. And a bit higher up off the bat. It went high in the air. And Raymond settling quite nicely, although he's close to the boundary edge, did quite well to take it comfortably.
And another blow here, because, you know, you don't want to be losing wickets now, but you almost find yourself in a vice situation here. You want runs, so there is that possibility you will lose wickets, but ideally you would want these two to stick around and maybe see you over the line as much as possible.
So the 5th wicket goes down now with the score on 139. Ramon Diaz is going to be the new batsman coming out to the middle. And
yeah, they really have to now rely on everybody who's come into the wicket to chip in with something substantial here. And when I say so, a quick 10, 12, you know, something. So everybody has to think in terms of contributing now and allow this total to just keep building all the time. There's a happy fan.
Yeah, the Santa Cruz Sports Club fans are now, they're the ones waving their flags and celebrating the loss of that Andre Medina wicket for 22. After he just struck his first 6 of the innings, we haven't seen too many 6s, just 2 from Fonilia, 1 from Ramdu, who is still there, and 1 from Andre Medina just then in that over. So Shaquille John coming back to finish off his 4th over and picking up a wicket after being struck for a 6. So it's been a good intervention bringing him into the bowling attack earlier on.
That would be a good trade-off if you could get a wicket for 6 runs. You would take that, especially at this stage of the game, because what you do is you put a new batsman in.
And you could almost get away with a delivery here now and not going for a boundary. Yeah, what it is doing the fielding. Decides not to throw, interestingly. Perhaps he's still thinking about that soft footing, not releasing the ball. The keeper, Alvin Smith, was just holding his gloves out and saying, come on, get it to me.
Yeah, they've done well when you consider the opening partnership, so they've come back into the game. Now they have to finish off.
John searching for a Yorker. It's wicket-to-wicket bowling on this occasion from John. Just a single, so just 2 singles after the wicket has fallen. 1 delivery to come in the 18th over with the score on 141. Kwesi Funelia went for 34. Jesse Sukwa 41 as they put on 88 for the loss of the first wicket. Kendall Guerra, the captain, was run out, unfortunately, for the Northside Future Stars for 1. A mix-up between himself and Kyle Ramdu, who's on 22 now. Pulling it into the onside. Gets it with good power. Didn't seem to middle it, but it raced down to long off. And just a single to complete the 18 over. 142 for 5, Northside Future Stars.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. Fitness posse water. The office posse water.
And quality from Blue Waters. It's a nice sunny day here for semi-final action. Reminding you it's a double header. Santa Cruz taking on Northside Future Stars. Santa Cruz the winner of Group A and Northside Future Stars the runners-up in Group B. The game to come later, Glenora Sports to take on Barataria Ball Players, and that'll be another crackerjack of a game. 42 for 5. 2 overs to come in this first innings. Northside Future Stars being asked to bat. And Chidian Raymond, excellent Yorker delivery. He can produce those Yorker deliveries almost effortlessly. He's going to bowl his final overs. Only conceded just 12 runs in 3 overs. He's picked up a wicket as well.
Yeah, doing a decent job. He's bowling quickly. That's the first thing. But he now has to kind of organize those links on the line. Make sure he's right there, thereabouts. Just start off stump. If he targets that off stump, he'll be fine.
Here he is again, another full-length delivery. They go for 1, and Ramdu is going to turn down the second because he wants the strike. And Diaz was a little bit slow to get down to the non-striker's end, but he wanted to come back for 2 and might have been in a bit of difficulty because Ramdu had already settled for the single. He certainly wants the strike now with just 10 deliveries to come in the innings.
Yeah, well, this is go time here. No, they could have easily run 2 here, but as you said, Ramdu thinks he's been off strike for enough lately. So now is the time for him to try to push this up to 165, 170.
Long off, long on, deep mid wicket. That's where he's targeting and chips it in the air. Out to Yearwood again on that boundary at long on. And not too confident with his footing out there is Yearwood. At one hand, it seemed to almost overrun it. And just a 1 in the end.
He almost ran past it again. It just seems it's a regular occurrence with him because he's accommodating the spin, but the spin is going in the opposite direction. And it almost twice now, I think, or 3 times now, we've seen them almost overrun the ball.
Diaz facing up, chip down the wicket, clearing the front leg and adjusting the length quite smartly as Chidian Raymond because he saw him advancing. So he didn't produce the full-length York on the crease, but just dragged it fractionally back to allow Diaz to almost York himself.
Yeah, you have to be very mindful here, and this is part of the skill of the bowlers, understanding what is at stake here. And just one or two big runs, a 6 or 4, could change the complexion of an over.
Chidian Rima, not for the first time, just leaning over before he starts his delivery. Diaz is ready now to face up. Steps across, off the inside edge. We'll wait for the umpire's decision to see if it was runs. And no signal. In fact, he does signal leg by, and there was an appeal, Ruskin.
Yeah, he's trying to go across the ball, and I think that is what brought out the excitement. And but we'll see if he went right across the stumps, and it hit him on the full there, so it was tight. But again, because we're not directly behind, it's difficult sometimes to see what the umpire is seeing.
That would have been a close one for sure.
Yep. You would have probably bet your house to give that out LBW.
Here's Ramdu. He's going to try to clear one of those houses on the onside. Long on deep mid-wicket and backward square, as well as a man sweeping on the offside as Ramdu is looking to be aggressive here on 23. He just takes that stance there where he sets in that almost like a baseball type pose, looking to launch. And just a single he could only get. 146 for 5 and 19 overs gone in this Northside Future Stars innings. And you have to say it's a good comeback in the last 10 overs from the Santa Cruz Sports, picking up wickets and just curtailing the scoring. Just 58 of the last 9 overs.
Yeah, they've done exceptionally well, and you consider only 4 runs came off the penultimate over of the innings, so they will be happy with how things have gone so far, especially down the stretch. Now they need to finish it off. You can't go for big runs in this over. And that is the challenge facing. Well, now I think they're being penalized for maybe the duration. There's a timing factor, so they'll be limited to 4 fielders out.
It'll be interesting. The umpire's calculations. We started after 2, so by my clock, it's just shy of 1 hour and 20 minutes. Perhaps about an hour and 15 minutes of play. But it seems there is going to be a fielding restriction being applied. And this might just work in the favor of Northside Future Stars. I thought they were quite good in terms of their over rate. And fielders were quickly into their positions. There wasn't any real delays out there in the middle, barring... And we haven't had too many sixes, just 4 of them, in fact, for balls to be retrieved from beyond the boundary. Just on 2 occasions it was when we had to get the box of balls out. Cashman Mitchell is back for his final over. And Ramdu cannot, well, he digs out the Yorker, but he cannot get a run. And Chidian Raymond, his 4 overs, 1 for 16, was an excellent 19th over to restrict the batsman. Bowled a lot of Yorker deliveries, 16 dot balls he delivered. Chidian Raymond, the captain of the Santa Cruz Sports team.
Yeah, they've done well. They need to finish out.
Crunching down this time, Ramdu gets 1. He wants 2, and the misfield, and they are going to get 2. Brian Yearwood had no idea where the ball had gone, and it was just in front of him.
Well, that's the thing. You cannot give 2 runs. All you want to do is stop the ball, 1 run, and pick it up and send it back to the wicketkeeper. End of story. There's no way they should be running 2 runs here. The ball never went, not even a foot away from him, and he just failed to pick it up.
Trying to tuck this one around the corner, releases the bottom hand, and good bowling here from Mitchell for this final over of the innings. Things not going quite the way they wanted in the back end in the last 10 overs for Northside Future Stars.
Yeah, and it's good bowling, and he's doing the smart thing. He's keeping the ball up at the stumps, so he's not giving them too much by way of swinging room. They're going to have to manufacture their own power. Yeah, no, he's bowling at good pace, so if they get any kind of bat on it at all, it's going to travel. The problem is they haven't been able to find the bat onto the ball much.
It's going to be the fourth delivery of the final over. Does get bat onto it, but he can't beat the man. It's the second time he's hit one down to long on. And he's also not going in the air, Ruskin. He's hitting it along the ground. You might just want him to try and go in the air and try to hit a 6.
But I think that's almost like Kyle Ramdu now. He's playing with house money here because you know he's going to swing and swing for the fences here. Don't bowl a short ball and give him the opportunity to swing over mid-wicket. Bowl it right up to in his pads and let him invent something.
Yeah, just going to say, Ruskin, that he might try a slower ball, because how many times have we seen bowlers do this? Bowl a good over with 2 deliveries to come and try something different. A slower ball going all wrong. Deposited over deep cover for 6.
Well, you knew he was going to be swinging the bat. And he's been bowling the Yorker so well. He went for a Yorker, but he went for a slow Yorker. When in reality, you just want to get it on his instep as quickly as possible from hand to foot. That's really how it is. And the Aussies have a saying, nose and toes. Well, this is it here now.
Final delivery to come. Wide outside the off stump. It's not the final delivery. We're going to have one more. And throw at the non-striker's end. Wide signal by the umpire. Not out in the end. But Ramdu clearly is not going to come for a quick single with one ball to come.
Yeah,
with him on 26.
Yeah, 150 is on the board now.
That wide, that extra, they've been quite good in terms of how they've pegged the innings back.
156 for 7th.
Yeah, they have conceded 21 extras. That's 6 and that wide. So they go past 150. Do get the final delivery now. Squirted out to mid-wicket. And they are going to come back for the second. The throw is a bit wide and he's going to be run out, Ramdu. No, they didn't run the first one hard and sacrificing himself to come back for the second wicket. Had they run the first one hard, could have been in with a closer shout to finish off the innings now. 158 for 6 with the run out of Kyle Ramdu for 33 after 20 overs being inserted. The Northside Future Stars, and coming back quite well, Santa Cruz Sports. In the last 9 overs and 1 ball after they broke the opening partnership. 88 put on between Sukwa and Fornilie. Fornilie getting to 34 and Jesse Sukwa, who looked quite good with 7 fours for his 41. Have a look at the highlights. Here is Sukwa just timing it. And he was batting quite well, middling the ball, coming sweetly off the bat as he struck 7 boundaries. Fornilie was a bit slow to get going, but after he struck his first 6 off the off spinner, he got into gear. And Chidi and Raymond there, just the final delivery, Mitchell rather, it was the final delivery, trying a change up, not working out, gifting Sukwa another boundary. An exquisite off drive from Sukwa here, a fumble on the boundary by Yearwood, but the very next delivery, he was, instead of going in the ground, he tried to lift it down the ground, and Yearwood, to make up for the fumble on the boundary, took a good catch down the ground. Fornilie was quick to go as the score was still on 88. They lost their second wicket. And this one, a run-out Guerra, he was charging down after he hit it straight to extra cover. Kyle Ramdu was not going to come for that single. And the captain was run out. And a soft dismissal from Akil Guerra, who went for 2. Just put the ball in the hands of Point. And this was a rare 6 off a free hit for Kyle Ramdu. Not too many 6s in the innings. Just 5 of them. And this total 20 overs, 158 for 6. The Northside Future Stars being inserted into bat after the Santa Cruz Sports won the toss. And Ruskin, you have to say, honors even perhaps?
Well, yeah, 158 is a good score in the sense that it's not a great score, but it's a defendable score. And the key, of course, would be early wickets and see if you could put pressure on the Santa Cruz outfit early. And but they must be thinking that 160, 159 runs is very gettable for them if they play good cricket. And but they're up against a team. This is a semi-final, so they must be thinking, let's just get these runs and not make a muck of it and put pressure on ourselves. So again, just like the Northside Future Stars outfit, a good opening partnership would be crucial to their success in this game. And if they could do that and hold their nerve, chances are Santa Cruz could win this. But don't write off Northside Future Stars just yet. 158, as we say, is runs on the board, and it's up to you to get those runs.
Yeah, so we'll see Ryan Yearwood, the opening batsman, number 45 on his back, and we see Cordell Andrews will open the batting with him as they have been accustomed doing in this tournament. And on the other side of it, Northside Future Stars, we see Kendall Guerrero will decide to open the bowling himself with Andre Medina. So we will be back after a few minutes for the reply from the Santa Cruz Sports.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. If it is posse water, the office posse water. Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. If it is posse water, the office posse water. Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble a pot? Then CRUZ Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check CRUZ. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to CRUZ today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Pelori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition. Embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source. the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch, whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then CRUZ Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check CRUZ. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to CRUZ today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious pylori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition, embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Welcome back as we get ready for the Santa Cruz reply. They obviously would be keen on getting these runs, and they must be of the belief, Billy, that they can get them. And it's just really just a question of playing smart cricket and getting about the business of making those runs.
Yeah, you hear the term being used quite often, momentum. And you would want to think that Santa Cruz has a little bit of momentum, how they finished off the last 9 overs. Have a look at the bowling figures. Shaquille John, 2 for 29 04. And Cordell Andrew, who's not bowled too much in the tournament. 3 good overs from him, 1 for 22. And of course, the captain, Shady and Raymond, they pick up the bowlers with 16 dot balls and 1 for 15. And what was very impressive about the bowling effort of Santa Cruz, Ruskin, was their ability to produce those Yorker deliveries time and time again.
Yeah, he bowled a couple brutal Yorkers, especially coming down to the death there, Shaquille John. And he thoroughly deserved his wickets. Probably could have had a couple more on another day, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. But Kendall Guerra is the man with the ball first up.
Yeah, we asked the question, would he take the new ball? Took it in the last game. The captain, left arm over the wicket. He's going to be bowling. He's decided to take it again. He had a good effort with the ball in the last game. 2 for 13, as well as scoring 40, coming 1 down. Couldn't get going with the bat today, run out on 1. So he's going to try to make up for it with his bowling effort. And Devon Sween to face up against him.
And immediately he is going, and again the fielders just didn't seem he's going to have to hurry, but again the return is a lax one. Well, I suppose the conditions out there are probably not the best, so the fielders are having a little bit of an issue. But you'd really like to see them just put that behind them and do the basics a little bit better.
Yeah, again he overran it and it seemed to plug, so it slowed up before he could get to him, and perhaps a little bit of spin on it as well. We saw Ryan Yearwood struggle a bit out there, that long off position. Dragging the length back, Guerra. Ruskin, he gets his ball to angle across the right-hander, and he's such a tight line, pitching on a wrong middle, and just going across the off stump. We haven't seen him produce deliveries coming back into the right-hander, but he's been very disciplined with his lines.
Yeah, they're going to need him to fire here. He's been very economical. And that's good cricket again. Just trying to rotate strike. He was over-pitching, but still giving the batsman a little bit of an opportunity there, but also giving himself an opportunity by allowing the ball to hang in the air a little bit and see if it will swing for him.
But he's going to get the opportunity to put a ball into the batsman because it's left-handed Ryan Yearwood on strike. So the angle of those deliveries going to be coming into his pads, into his body from outside the off stump or so. Interesting, he took a leg stump guard as well. So we just want to see if he shuffles across the middle stump to face up to Guerra. Long off is in place. Medina moving across for the left-handed Yearwood.
And that's another good delivery, but excellent cricket. Just nudging, taking the single and rotating strike. And that's precisely what the doctor ordered for a team chasing a goodish total, not a large total by any stretch of the imagination, but a goodish total when you consider Nepal defended 148, so the West Indies coming up short in that one. 148 for 8 in their 20 overs, and the West Indies 129 for 9 in theirs. And that's in the air. This could be out. It's going to be caught, and it's a brilliant catch indeed.
I wonder if he just injured himself a bit. He landed on, and his head hit the ground. Junior James tumbling backward, and sometimes those types of catches when the field is running backward and they focused on the ball as he is there, and as he's tumbling backward can't hold his head up and it crashes into the turf. He's in a bit of difficulty, but he's good news. He's back onto his feet now. I saw a few fielders. Hardik Pandya comes to mind with that type of tumbling effort. And he suffered a bit of a spinal injury, a strain to his neck muscles when he tumbled over like that. Kept him out of the game for a while, but good to see Junior James to his feet.
It was a good catch. He had enough time. The ball just kind of hung in the air there for an extended period of time, and that gave him enough time to run back and to get under it, and took a good smart catch. And Guerra picks a pepper. It's 4 for 1 now, and things starting to happen. Now it's up to these. Like I said, it's all the batsmen are going to have to try and contribute something here in this power play. They've already lost 1. I think the most you will give them is 2. And but somebody's going to have to keep pounding the rock to try and see if they can't give the team a good start and take some of the pressure off the back end batters a little bit.
And the physio was on the field, just administering some treatment to Junior James, who's still holding the back of his head at extra cover as the new batsman comes out, Kashman Mitchell. And this is exactly what the captain, Kendall Guerra, would have wanted. He's taken the new ball himself and he's picked up a wicket in the first over of this Santa Cruz Sports Club reply, trying to chase down that 158.
Yep, it's a target of 159 to win. And again, they're taking a long time to set the field. There's a new batsman at the crease, and they're still not happy. So there are 6 fielders on the offside, only 3 on the onside, including a short fine leg, a square leg, and a mid-on. And right in behind it, looking very assured in that defensive push back along the wicket to end the first over, and at the end of it, 4 for 1 is the latest.
So the Northside Future Stars doing what they need to do, which is get early wickets. They've gotten 1, and the captain himself doing it a good first over. The first one that went for 2 runs was a shot chipped out in the air from the left-handed medium fast bowler. And then they saw the loss of Devon Sween. So it wasn't Cordell Andrew who opened the batting. He partnered with Yearwood for the previous matches. And he's not done too well in some of those games. Cordell Andrew at the top of the order decided to make a change for the semi-final. And his replacement at the top, Devon Sween, is gone early for just 3 runs.
So now they're trying to see if they could, if Andrew Medina could join the pun here and maybe pick up a pepper himself.
Outside Future Stars trying to take a page out of the book of Nepal, their victory against the West Indies. Not quite sure who's the giant team in this encounter between these 2 teams.
So Andrew Medina getting ready here. That must be a shock to the system for the Windies. Even though it's a below strength Windies team, Nepal is by no means an international powerhouse. So this must be a great day for them to beat the mighty West Indies. So,
and players given the opportunity after the CPL, Ruskin, a few new players in the team. Not a good start for them. Return to Kyle Miles as well to the West Indies team. He was out early. For 5, I believe he made.
And this is when they have to really take advantage of those opportunities, because they may not come very often given the nature of the international game now.
Dina will open the bowling from the Diego Martin Main Road, and it's out past the outside edge. It's a loud appeal for caught behind. Not out, says the umpire.
Yep, the umpire is, well, I can't say he's unmoved. He went walking. And but certainly a good delivery. Again, the batsman playing for turn, but there's none to be had. And the wicketkeeper, a little belatedly, decide to ask in a more vociferous manner. And again, playing and playing as the ball is just zipping off the surface and finding himself being very late indeed. And this fan is loving it.
Yeah, that's the duck man, but yeah, with his own ones, he's not going to make a duck here if he gets dismissed. Cashman Mitchell is yet to score. Very familiar face, better known as the Ducks. He wears his duck suit to the cricket matches.
Yeah.
Not on this occasion.
He's such a Diego Martin supporter.
Yeah, we're just risky outside the off stump. This one on the line of the stumps. So often we see Ruskin spinners coming in to open the bowling, particularly off spinners to left-hand opening batsmen. Just to angle the ball, get it to drift into the left-handers. Not much turn on offer. And already gone past the outside edge of Yearwood in 2 deliveries.
Again, he's trying to play across the line. He should get 2 comfortably here with few alarms. In fact, he was almost run out there. And Mitchell was struggling a little bit there because the return from Ramdu just misses the stump. He had 1 stump to aim at, and he came in from long on, picked it up, and had a shy. In fact, it looked as if Medina might have thrown him off a little bit, because had Medina stayed out of his way, he probably would have had a better aim and might have had a better result. You never know. So now they're changing the field a little bit.
Yeah, they're looking to plug that gap that they exploited for 2. But you're right, Ruskin. Medina, he pulled out of the chase, but he never got out of the line that Ramdu wanted to get the throw in.
And again, playing it predominantly off the back foot is Ryan Yearwood.
See, that one did spin a bit from Medina. So he's asking Yearwood to play on the onside, perhaps against the spin. That one did turn.
And he wants a single, but it's not there. The fielder has been strategically positioned there for precisely that situation. Hernandez, it's the end of over number 2. 6 for 1 at the end of 2.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Welcome back. 6 for 1 after 2. And the 2 teams in this semi-final action. Santa Cruz Sports against Northside Future Stars. Santa Cruz finishing first atop the table on Group A, and Northside runners-up in Group B.
Yeah, this is the battle here now. And trying his best to just get on with things here at the moment, because right now the innings are stalled and they really need some kind of impetus, and this is the man who they think can get them going, Cashman Mitchell. You really need him to fire here.
He had 41 against Barataria ball players, a game that they won, chasing now 190.
Yeah, big day for English rugby. The England women overpowered Canada. Canada are real underdogs to win the women's rugby team. Here's another delivery that he just seems a little bit out of sorts here at the moment, Yearwood. Almost as if he's not sure what the approach should be.
We're not seeing any signs of the form he was in when he struck 63 against Ebony just yet, has to be said.
And that's another, again, another mix-up. Probably going to give them a second run when they really deserve just the one. And I think they kind of dummied each other in a real sense because they just kind of ran across each other and allowed them to get the run. So Terrence James having to tidy up.
Well, it was to the right of Sukwa and to the left of James. I thought for a second there, Sukwa being right-handed, his stronger side would have tried to at least knock it down or dive on it. Didn't happen.
And a little too wide there. So he's going to have to do that over again. And that's the thing. You just want to be consistent. You could live with a wide, especially if the plan is to bowl it wide. And just make sure that you keep the pressure on. And again, he's drifting this time, overcompensating, goes down the leg side this time.
He's much better in this tournament bowling to the right-handers, Guerra going across them. Just struggling in this particular over against the left-handed Yearwood. We saw a few of them into the pads, and he tried to compensate, went too wide outside the off stump and couldn't recover for the follow-up delivery.
And again, he just there's something wrong. He just doesn't seem to know what to do against the tall left-hander. And he's very upright when he's batting. So he's not really, I don't know if he's seen the ball onto the bat. He's taking a view that is a little bit up. He's kind of trying to look down at the ball as opposed to getting behind the ball and moving with the ball. And again, it just seems as if he's very, very late all the time and really has to change something, else he's probably going to touch one sooner rather than later.
Well, his team would be hoping for a little bit of luck to go their way, particularly with Yearwood, the young under-19 player. But even if he does get an edge, the man is, there are two fielders behind point, but none of them seem to be short third man.
And more of the same. So it's really been a peach of an over from Kendall, but at the end of it, it's 11 for 1 now after 3, or 12 for the loss of 1 after 3.
And we see as well, Yearwood struggling in that over, but on no occasion did Mitchell walk down to offer any words of encouragement or advice to the young man. Remember, he's still at a tender age of 18. He's still in secondary school at the St. Mary's College in the upper 6th classroom. So he's still learning his trade out there as an opening batsman, Ryan Yearwood. And there was a big gap. There was a man at point and one at backward point. There was no short third man. And just a word to him that if he's playing and missing, look just to guide it down into that region rather than try and push it down the wicket, because had he gotten anything onto it with an open face bat, he could have gotten runs with that vacant third man area. Have to be aware of what's going on during the course of your innings, and particularly where the fielders are. And Guerra was certainly giving him those deliveries outside the off stump that he could maneuver it through a third man area, but he missed all of them.
Well, Medina is going to continue. And this is it here. He's decided that he is going to be the one who is going to take up the responsibility to put some runs on the board. And Mitchell, but he's quickly off strike.
Yeah, he's just looking to have a heave-ho at those deliveries. And his head is in the air a bit. It's the second time he's gone after that type of delivery and could only get it off the inner portion of the bat because he's not keeping his head down. And even if he's trying to go up and under, the bat is just swinging through, and perhaps the bat face is also just shutting on impact with the delivery.
Can't get a single there. That's good cricket. The bowler feeling well to his own bowling and making life difficult for young Yearwood.
You have a feeling something is going to give here. We're in the 4th over of power play, and Yearwood is just 5 off of 13 deliveries so far. And Medina well in control here. Just 3 runs conceded in the 2nd over.
And again, can't catch up with him, so it's been a bit of a sluggish start for the youngster.
Yeah, there was no foot movement there at all to get back and across. Just trying to flay the bat at it and got nowhere near it. They're bringing in the man off the deep mid-wicket boundary, putting him at square leg. Another fielder out in the deep as long on goes back.
And he can't do anything about that one. That's gone. And that's a good hit. Goes bouncing down the road. It goes for a little stroll. And at KFC maximum to relieve the pressure.
And it's exactly what Yearwood wanted. They brought in the man at square leg, and he was eyeing up that long on area, and he gave him width. That was the difference with this delivery. Pushed it wide outside the off stump, and Yearwood could swing his hands, and it's over the fence and into the road, and it's gone down the street. It's gone for a Saturday evening stroll.
Yeah, it's gone for a little run down the hill.
Might just take a drive down after the game, Ruskin, just to look for a couple balls down that street.
Yep,
might get a box full.
I could imagine a youngster walking with his head down. Say, oops, look what I found. And
you see a stall set up, white balls for sale at the end of the tournament, alongside the mangoes.
Of different usage. 10 overs, 5 overs.
In one pile you'll see 4 for 20, and another one you'll see 6 for 100. Yeah. And it's like, what are these white mangoes? No, they are cricket balls. CA cricket balls.
This one is 5 overs old, this one is 10 overs old. But no, it was a good shot. But again, he didn't have to move. He just kind of stood there and threw his arms at the ball and made solid contact with it. That should do his confidence a world of good.
Yes, we said something had to give, and it was Medina who flinched and pushed it wide outside the off stump, allowed him the room to swing the arms, and got enough of it to clear, not just long on, but the fence as well.
That's better. And that too could run very close. In fact, it's going to run away for 4 runs. That was excellently played. But again, right on his patch. He didn't have to go very far. And Medina, not wanting to bowl another wide delivery, decided to attack the stumps and paid a price for that overcompensation. And very well done to youngster Yearwood.
It's almost as if Medina forgot that he brought in the square leg off the boundary, and he was next to the umpire and had to chase it down in the position that he was a couple balls earlier. So might just be what Ryan Yearwood needs to get going. Something had to give, and he is certainly.
And again, Mitchell very late in starting. It's almost as if he was operating in slow-mo. When you saw Yearwood off and running, and Mitchell was still just posing on his bat at the non-strikers end. Luckily for him, it went through. The end of the over 4 completed. It's 23 for 1.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then CRUZ Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check CRUZ. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to CRUZ today at any of their convenient locations.
Welcome you back here. Mitchell is 2, Yearwood is 16, and Yearwood has really feasted on that last over from Medina there, and picking up 2 bounties, a 6 and a 4. And again, he's going to have to hurry the return just a little bit too late. Medina, again, just kind of standing there, just I'm not sure if he wasn't aware that the batsman was scampering to make it to the non-striker's end.
We're seeing a pattern in his running here, Ruskin Mitchell. Not backing up quite as well as he might be.
And the thing is, when you're playing at this level, you've been playing in this tournament now, how many days? The fifth game. You know, by now you must understand the requirements here and how good running between the wickets can make a world of difference. Now he has a long one and a deep mid wicket. And a slower delivery, really, it's almost like a back of the arm slower one. And he was through the shot long before the ball arrived.
And he's had scores of 0 against Ebony, 5 against Combined All-Stars, and 41 off of 22 deliveries against Barataria ball players. But doesn't seem to have the focus to keep his head down and keep his eyes on the ball in this inning so far.
And again, another delivery that goes past the bat, and you could just see the batsman there. It's almost as if there's a level of resignation there that he's just not good enough right now to catch up with those deliveries. And must be thinking to himself, how do I change that? The one thing you don't want him to do is just pelt the bat and then get out sky one. Down the wicket he goes, and that's a glorious shot. That's going to run away for 4.
Yeah, the sound off the bat. He's looking to change it up. He's been playing and missing. It's been coming off inside edges. And he's trying to change gears. Mitchell was stuck in that first gear. So he decides to put it in second, walks down the wicket, and hits it straight back past the bowler, past the umpire, and it raced along the outfield. That ball seemed to have some stamina on it as it raced across down to the boundary for 4.
And what a brutal shot that is, to chip into a fast bowler. He basically walked down the wicket to him. And again, its time is gone over the inner ring, down to third man. And they all count. They don't always come off the middle of the bat, but once they get to the intended destination, that's all that matters.
At times when it comes off the middle of the bat, it goes straight to the fielder. And on this occasion, given width outside the off stump, throws the bat at it again, off the leading edge, and over the head of the man at, not quite sure for Nilies. He's not at a short third man. I would think he's at a backward point. Very fine at backward point. So that's another option for both Yearwood and Mitchell. They can look to dab it down, squeeze it between that gap with the wicketkeeper and the man at backward point to get a boundary.
And he's gone again, but he could be out caught here, just dropping in front of Ramdu. Then they're going to have to hurry back for the second run. Well, and once again, you're looking at it here, the bowler not aware that there was a possibility of a run out, and he seemed more concerned with his foot or his boot or something, and the return almost hit the stump, and he almost got cleaned up as well. So at the end of the over, and you look at it again, he was struggling there at the moment, and if had that one hit, he would have been out. Would have been very short indeed. So another interesting over, to say the least, but it's one that was fairly productive for the Santa Cruz sports outfit. And they'll be hoping to keep going. It's 34 for 1 now after 5.
Ramdu almost getting 2 bites at the cherry there. Diving forward, he is such a talent, Kyle Ramdu. Diving forward, charging in from long on, and couldn't get his hands under it, but pushed it in front of him, was quick to spring to his feet, and the throw to the non-striker's end, even before the bowler could raise his head, because he was putting his head down thinking that he didn't take the catch. The ball was out of Ramdu's hand, heading in the direction of the stumps, and just as well Guerra raised his head, because he could have been struck as well. But it was a very good throw and just narrowly missing the stumps. So he's a very dynamic player, Kyle Ramdu, with the bat. If he's not on the ball bowling, he can give you a wicket by just his fielding out there. And he patrols the boundary edges early on in these 20 games in the power play, because that is the confidence the captains have in him, to place him in positions where they think the ball is going to go the most.
It's going to be Kwesi Fornelia who is going to come in to the attack now as he replaces Medina. And that's a delivery that was a little bit short, a little bit wayward. I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. In fact, it shouldn't. And they will come back for a second wides. Oh.
They saved 2 runs there, pulling out the dive down on that area of the ground on the northern end. Is a bit soft. You could see as well as he slid across, just the mud coming up on his trousers. So it is soft down there, but a badly lined delivery to start.
And that's a gift. He just pranged that away straight past the bowler for another boundary.
Now, Ruskin, how many times, and we've said it in the first inning as well, they bring on a bowler to bowl the final over of power play and can't seem to settle down quickly. It's a crucial over to bring on a bowler. You see we do it with bowlers like Sunil Laraine, but those are quality experienced bowlers in doing that type of thing. For Nelia here, he can't adjust his line and length quickly enough to bowl a final over of power play.
Short again, and luckily they want the single, but it just seems as if Mitchell is prepared to hit his way out of this situation here. Singles didn't seem to bother him too much, or lack thereof, and that's why, because he's gone. Another one in the road, another KFC maximum.
Well, this occasion he bisected the 2 cars that were traveling along the Diego Martin main road, and that's a KFC maximum. This one was in his swing arc, and this is a very expensive final over of power play. Not what Captain Kendall Guerra would have wanted, not what Northside Future Stars needed, but certainly adding impetus to the innings for Santa Cruz Sports.
Well, it's, I was wondering, I saw a gentleman walking past there, but it's almost like if they're not bothering with the ball. It's like he just never saw the ball and just didn't seem to worry too much about it. But anyway, at the end of, or is it? It's not the end of the over just yet.
Yeah, another ball coming out from the box of balls from the third umpire, Andelgi. He's been out there. He's perhaps been out there longer than some of the batsmen.
Yep. So yeah, it's 46 for 1 now. And I was just looking at a brief comparison. At the end of their power play, they were what, 49?
41.
41 without loss. So they have bounced back here quite nicely after a very, very slow start. Can he keep going? Now they're going to go for the quick single and another bubble that results in a comfortable single. And how often we see that? Fielders attacking the ball and just taking their eyes off it. And any kind of a bubble there means the batsmen have plenty time to make their ground without any alarms.
Field changing around now for the left-handed Yearwood. And in hindsight, unless he gets a wicket here for Neely, might just be regretting this move to bring him on to bowl this final over of power play. Kwasi Fornelia. I wonder how many bowlers put their hand up that they want to bowl a final over of power play.
Well, he probably would bowl in the power play. And but I'm sure he would love to be bowling maybe 2 overs in the power play. But he knows in power play you're going to be attacked. The batsmen are going to try to get under you and try to lift you out of the park. And or they could play shots like that. That's brilliant. And that will take them past the 50. That will take them down to 51 now for the loss of 1 wicket after 6 overs.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations.
It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that
is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
So 51 for 1 after a power play, when by comparison they were 41 without loss, north side, and they posted a good opening partnership with 88 runs before they were separated. This pair came together with just 4 runs on the board, and they were going nowhere fast. And then all of a sudden, they just found a range, and a couple massive blows and some very intelligent cricket, good ground strokes, and here we are, 51 for 1 now after 6.
Yeah,
Kyle Ramdu is back.
Struggling a little bit, Ryan Yearwood, particularly against Medina, and Guerra couldn't get his lines and links right, and then all of a sudden a transformation with Kwesi Fornelia coming in, and it finished off culminating in that exquisite cover drive from the left-handed Ryan Yearwood to finish off the power play and get them into the 50s.
There's the man with the golden arm. Can he get an early wicket or another wicket for them? They would have liked to have picked it up in the power play, but that wasn't to be. These two have done a pretty decent job so far. And that's even better. That's gone again. Another KFC maximum. Over the fence it goes, straight over the bowler's head.
And Mitchell is a stand and deliver type of player, and he's been playing and missing, getting some of the inside edge. But as his innings has gone on, he's gotten more and more comfortable to not just the pace of the pitch, but he's taken a liking to some of the spin bowling on offer, and he's dealing in boundaries now. We could see how he managed to score that 41 off of 22 deliveries, and already his strike rate is 200 after just a few deliveries.
Yeah, he's really a sort of a carefree hitter. He swings for the fences. He's what we call a home run hitter. He will challenge the boundaries as much as he possibly can, and as a result, he can be a dangerous customer when he gets going. The challenge for most bowlers is to get him before he gets going, because then he becomes a real thorn in your side.
Well, he was struggling to get on strike early on in the power play. It was not until he faced in the 5th over against Kendall Guerra that he hit back-to-back boundaries. And after that, he took a liking to Kwesi Fornelia, hit him for a 4 and then a 6 down the ground, and finished off the over of Fornelia with a wide half volley to Ryan Yearwood. And this proliferation of boundaries in the last 2 overs, and now with the start of this Kyle Ramdu over, it's starting to put Santa Cruz in a position of strength.
Well, 57 now for 1. 102 more from 82 balls. And again, you could see him just squaring up though, not staying side on, and trying to place it. He was trying to pull, well, he's shaping as if he was trying to pull, and then tried to just get back onto ball outside the off stump. And again,
Ramdu produces this type of faster, short-paced delivery, and I just wonder if he sends a signal to the wicketkeeper when he's going to push it through, because it's not just fast and full, it's fast and furious. No, it's fast and short, and gets additional bounce on it. Might as well be fast and furious.
Just trying to manipulate that one, which is not bad thinking, because if your big swing isn't catching up with him, maybe just try a straight bat and open face. And again, hitting that one too well. But he has to be careful. He likes to pose after he plays his shots, and there will be more than enough time for that. 7 completed now. It's 57 for 1.
So the Kyle Ramdu over. There's 4 dot balls to finish, 1 to start, but struck for a 6 down the ground. And after that first 6 in the over, off of the second delivery, he didn't pitch up too many deliveries after that, and in fact he pushed them through. rather quickly through to the wicket keeper. And as you said, Ruskin, you might want to think about different ways of playing him if he's not going to be pitching up to you anymore, not going to give you flight. You might just want to use his pace and guide it past the keeper and try and get some runs that way to make the bowler think about something differently and then try to counter that. Fans enjoying themselves here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex in semi-final action. Santa Cruz fans.
Of course, buoyed by the music here of that man Maximus Dan. Full extreme.
He was threatening that the city would fall down. It hasn't collapsed just yet. But that song remains one of the favorites of fans, not just in Trinidad and Tobago, but worldwide.
So it's Trevor Padilla is back.
So I've not seen this young QRC student bowl before, and I'm eagerly awaiting to see. Didn't play in the last game. And he's here now. Took his team back into the Premiership. They've been promoted, Queensborough College, from Championship to Premiership. And he certainly had a contribution to make for the college.
Well, I suppose you'll be supporting the footballers as well. They're trying to move up the ladder in the Premier Division of the Secondary Schools League.
Yeah, Jordan Grant for the Queensborough College outfit. Mentored him a little bit. Jordan Grant, exceptional talent, the young footballer.
Well, they all have to, suppose, contribute to school life. They support each other a lot. And I'm sure they'll be anxious to do well. He'll be keen to do well here and hope that QRC can still keep their winning ways in the Secondary Schools League. They're not at the top of the table, but they're not far as well. Same thing for St. Mary's College, as well as Fatima. And really and truly, it's a big, big mistake there from Mitchell. He just jumped down the wicket and was stumped for 28.
And the young man is singing his praises even before he bowled the ball. And Mitchell obliging to give him a wicket. Pushed it wide. He's all smiles, the youngster. And pushed it wide outside the off stump to an advancing Kashmir Mitchell. And a good innings. This is a very valuable wicket here. He's gone for 28 off of 18. And the wicketkeeper on the second attempt picks the bails because he had to ride the bounce. It took him away from the stumps a bit further back, but recovered just to pick the bail. And another wicket goes. And 58 for 2. Santa Cruz pegged back just as the pendulum was swinging in their favor. And they lose a wicket. The pendulum just swings back a bit, as it will invariably do, particularly in semi-final games that are close ones.
Yeah, now they have 100 runs, well, 101 to win. And their skipper has arrived at the crease. And they're going to really need him to solidify this chase here now, set the tone.
Former Trinidad and Tobago young youth player as well, Chadion Raymond, like with the likes of Ryan Yearwood and Trevor Padilla, someone they can look up to as an example out there on the cricket field. And speaking to Aaron Kurban Ali as well as Miguel Patti from the North Zone School League, and they said that Queensborough College is a vital part of building strength, not just in the North Zone, but for the North Zone to contribute towards the strength of the Trinidad and Tobago youth cricket. So they were looking forward to the school, the college, coming back up into the Premiership to try and strengthen the North Zone. And Padilla doing just that. And kudos as well to Winston Sobers and Ruskin for allowing the youngsters to come and participate in the tournament here to help build the strength, get them the experience they need to improve their game.
Well, especially if you're playing up, it helps because you learn so fast, you learn quickly, and then you can impart that. And he's bowled him right over it. And again, he's been playing from a fairly upright stance and really played just over that one. and was bowled neck and crop. 59 for 3 now. He goes to 22.
And this is going to be a matchup. When the cricket season starts in the secondary school, this matchup is going to be there as well for CIC versus Queen's Royal College. And coming up on top this time is Trevor Padilla. 2 wickets he's taken in his first over. And he's gotten, you have to say, 2 big wickets here. That one just dipping, getting under the bat of Ryan Yearwood. His eyes probably lit up when he saw the flight. And he's not afraid to give it flight and put some revolutions on the ball. Have a look at that ball dip there. Thought it was going to be a full toss, Yearwood. In comparison to the Kyle Ramdu overs where he was bowling darts, this youngster is not afraid to go in the air.
Again, I think it came off a thick inside edge and onto the stumps. But again, what a breakthrough that is for them.
And it's the right-hand off spinner bowling to the left-hander. He's getting a little bit of drift in and dip. Usually you see that type of matchup. We speak about matchup and the analysts that contribute towards the analysis of cricketers in the Caribbean now. And that is exactly the type of matchup that they would have predicted from their data.
So Alvin Smith is the new batsman facing a precarious period here for his team. Santa Cruz still need 100 runs. Can they get that? They have 74 balls. Not impossible. In fact, it's very possible. But who is going to do the dirty work for them? And they're going for a single that it's really a non-existent single. And both men almost ended up at mid-pitch. And now you could see them sort of gesticulating as to whose call it is and what is the protocol that is needed here to determine when it is a single and when it isn't. The problem with that is it was played straight to the fielder. And now we have a player gone down. So he started to run, Alvin Smith, and then he went back. But now he seems to be cramping up. So maybe when he slammed on the brakes and went back, he might have just tweaked his muscle a little bit.
Of course, the wicketkeeper as well, with the back end of the tournament. So he would have had a lot of work during the last 3 weeks or so. And perhaps taking a toll now. But it's also very hot out there. 2 o'clock start for this game. It's not easy. The back end of tournaments, Ruskin, and then you keep first when it's very hot out there, and then you come out to bat and looking to take quick singles and rotate the strike.
Yeah, it's probably just as cramp. You could see them trying to loosen it. I think they might give him a little salt prune or something just to ease the situation just a little bit. And certainly it's going to be there. We'll take a break, come back while he gets treatment.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Pelori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition. Embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
So we have a new batsman at the crease now. This is Yearwood, who has replaced Alvin Smith, who's unfortunately had to retire. And quick single taken there again, but they're just not confident with the running between the wickets. And it could be a real challenge for them in the end. So Brian Yearwood is the new man, is the end of the over. And at the end of over number 8, it is 60 for the loss of 3 wickets.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
So he's coming into bat with good form under his belt. That 43 off of 25 deliveries, Brian Yearwood. You want to see something special from him because it's a semi-final. And that's certainly what the Santa Cruz Sports Club fans would be thinking. Kyle going to continue now from the northern end.
And again, the ball just not... The bat just can't seem to catch up with the ball at the moment. They've just gone into that after a couple of big hits for a couple of overs. They've just gone silent now and having real difficulty getting the rotation of strike going. That's just like they did there. So that was excellent from Yearwood. But again, because they have Chadian Raymond out there, and they would just need him to get started. Once he gets started, the outlook could change dramatically.
Ramdu just bowling darts. He was struck for a 6 off of his second delivery, flighted up to Mitchell. But after that, you almost have to play him like a medium pacer. He floats this one, however. Left hand, right hand combination. And this is the partnership that brought home that game against Barataria ball players between Yearwood and Raymond.
And again, did he get a touch onto it? He's out. Run out. Well. Or did the umpire say not out? I'm not sure if he got a touch onto it. Now, the umpire was gesticulating, but it's whether or not he did get a touch. And it was hit so quickly. Ramdu was trying. I don't think he got a touch onto it. He was trying to get there, but that ball was past him in a flash. And he was trying to get there. You could see him appealing, but the umpire says not out. And that would have been criminal for Yearwood. And this time they're going to take the single and really breathe a huge sigh of relief, because that could have been a real downer for them, having lost 4 wickets now during this period of a real slump. And a big play on a miss to end the over. Another good over from Kyle Ramdu, and at the end of it is 62 for 3 now after 9.
That was a close call indeed. Kyle Ramdu was convinced he got something onto it. Umpire Wilson, who was directly in line, said not out. And it was at a point where they could ill afford to lose a wicket as well, particularly that of Yearwood. Have a look at the bowling card there. Guerra, the captain, opening 1 for 19 with 9 dot balls. Good spell from Medina, just 7 he conceded off of his 2 overs. At the top of the 7 dot balls, 14 runs he conceded, but bowled 7 dot balls. But it was that Kwesi Fornelia over, the final over of power play, that went for 18. He was struck for 2 sixes and a 4. That swung the pendulum back in the favor of Santa Cruz, but fighting back are the North Side Future Stars. Exactly what you want from a North zone semi-final game.
And again, they might consider 2 runs here, but they think about it and then they're going to go for it. This could be problematic here. And he's gone. Again, Chedi and Raymond thought about it, stopped, thought about it again, and then the return came, was a good one, and he was well short of his ground, and that's a big, big blow there. Raymond goes for 3.
Well, they say you never run on a misfield, but you have to know when you can run for a misfield. Because if it's a fumble and the ball is still in front of the fielder, he can just take a step and pick it up, and he rifled the throw in. I think it's Junior James out there, rifled the throw in, and it was a very, very powerful, accurate throw. And even a diving Chedi and Raymond, he's looking at the umpire just as he made the dive, and just from the expression on his face, you could see that he knew he was in trouble.
And it's gone from bad to worse now for the Santa Cruz outfit, and they've slipped to 63 now for 4.
Somebody pass blue water, somebody bring blue water, somebody get blue water, and we ready now. When you feeling hard, take up the water spray. Take up the water spray. In your school or house, take up the water spray. When the bus run out, take up the water spray. Party pussy water, working pussy water, school children they water. The water spray, fitness pussy water, the office pussy water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water, somebody bring blue water, somebody get blue water, and we ready now. When you feeling hard, take up the water spray. Take up the water spray. In your school or house, take up the water spray. When the bus run out, take up the water spray. Party pussy water, working pussy water, school children they water. The water spray, fitness pussy water, the office pussy water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency.
Really in a dicey situation. Now I think they completed the first run, so that should take it up to 63 for 4. Now they completed 1 here. It's the second run that they were undecided about, and it proved to be a costly error and a real misjudgment there in terms of where the ball was, but that the crowd didn't mind. They're loving it, as it's a real dicey situation for them. If they could only balance their running between the wickets like that, they'll be in pretty good shape. But now it's really up to Davis Guerra to try and turn things around, himself and Yearwood. And immediately he's off the mark. Then they should be thinking 2 runs here, but again, because they're so shy now of even attempting a second run, when the second run was more than comfortably on, David Guerra is in the middle now, replacing Chedi and Raymond, who was unfortunately run out for 3.
And if you look at the expression on the face of Brian Yearwood when he was getting into the non-striker's end, he wasn't looking to see what was happening, but just from the celebrations in the pavilion, he could tell that something was wrong.
And this is going to require a Herculean effort on the part of Santa Cruz, but they've been in dire straits before and they've been able to wiggle their way out. Do they have another magic trick here today in the semi-final with a place in the final, tomorrow's final, up for grabs?
This young man has come into the attack and made things happen for Northside Future Stars.
And again, it should be 2 runs, but they just don't seem as if 2 is even on the cards right now because of that run out. And I would imagine Yearwood would be very, very gun shy of going, because you don't want to cause another run out. You don't want to run himself out, and you don't want to run out any of his other teammates. That will be sacrilegious. And that's well played. He didn't try to hit it too hard.
Guerra might just be the last hope not to cast any aspersions on the rest of the Santa Cruz batting. But remember, Alvin Smith, the wicket keeper, went off the field, retired hurt with a bit of cramp. So this might be the last recognized partnership.
Yeah, these two just need to keep going. Just get some momentum back in the innings, and don't let the scoreboard pressure get to you. So that completes over number 10. It's 68 for 4 now after 10.
Somebody pass blue water, somebody bring blue water, somebody get blue water, and we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party pussy water, working pussy water, school children they water. Blue water spray, if it is pussy water, the office pussy water.
Ramdu back into the attack now. 10 overs gone, 68 for 4. Short and wide, and he dabs it down. This is what I was alluding to, Ruskin. Just use the pace of the ball and try to get it past the man at third man. All belatedly was talking about this about 4 overs or so ago. And Ramdu is just bowling darts here. And well played by Guerra, dabbing it past the man there at short third man, Kiefer Hernandez.
Yeah, it was a good shot because, again, using the pace that the bowler gives him and placed it quite nicely. There is a man just on the circle at that third man position, but he never had a chance.
Yeah, they swapped out personnel in that area. This one is just drifting in to Guerra. They swapped the man out, Kiefer Hernandez. Kyle Ramdu was indicating it didn't pass too far from him, and they've now moved him to backward point. So he has a change in personnel. Junior James, the man with the run out through from the deep, is gone into that short third man area. They bring in an additional fielder. They've moved the short fine leg now just to strengthen the point region. 3 fielders behind point. Driven down the ground. Work out in the deep. For Terrence James, they get 2.
Yeah, and that's good, sensible running. And that's the aggression that they need to show. Because you're thinking, okay, we need 85, but we have 57 balls. And what you want to do is when it gets down to like about 30 balls, you want to be very close, balls to runs. And just to keep that interest going there. And once you could do that, it means you're still in the game.
Ramdu getting some in-drift to the left-hander. Very interesting this over. He's getting some shape to the ball. This one is shaping to go out of the ground. It's a length delivery and straightforward hit for Guerra. Spanks it outside of the park. It's gone all the way for 6. Or in fact, it's hit the side screen and come back.
Yeah, that's a massive blow indeed. And it just shows you that there is life yet in this Santa Cruz outfit. They just need to just hold their nerve here and play good, sensible cricket. And when you get half volleys like that, you put them away.
Going to try again. An expensive over now. Delivers a in-drifting Yorker. And sent back a direct hit from the man who was brought over from short fine leg to backward point to finish off the 11th over. An action-packed over. We saw a 4 and a 6 in that over. 80 for 4 after 11.
And again, look at the equation, 79 from 54 balls. So there is some work to be done here, but there's plenty of balls. There are plenty of balls to get those runs. So they just need to understand what is at stake here. And once they have a plan of how they're going to go about getting these 79 runs, then they would know in their minds how they're going to go about it, and just this plan, how to execute the plan. And that's probably the biggest part of it here. Do you go after the young spinner and rough him up a bit, or do you just milk him for now?
But he is wide outside the off stump. Signal wide by the umpire. Too wide on that occasion. And I'm sure he will anticipate and would probably relish the fact that they want to come after him, because he's using that flight, that drift, getting the ball to spin as well, trying to outfox the batsman. This one off the outside edge. And a misfield. Is it Hernandez there? And it'll go into the boundary for 4. In fact, it's Ramon Diaz who makes a meal of that.
Well, that's the thing. You can't hide him on the field. He's going to have to field at some point. He was never close to that one, and he never had a chance of cutting it off.
But there are 2 fielders that they're looking to move around. One of them is Ramon Diaz, and the other is Kiefer Hernandez. And they were both in that point region. One went past Hernandez in the last over. On this occasion, they've dropped him out to fine leg now. So they've conceded the single. Dabs it down to him.
And that's good, sensible cricket, because they just pushed him back to the third-man boundary. And so there's an easy single on offer there, which they've already taken. So of the first couple of deliveries, they have 6 runs off the over already.
It's spoiling the youngsters' figures a bit, because now he started off with a wide. So he's conceded 6 runs in the over so far with just 2 legal deliveries. The over started off 2 for 9. Gonna try again. Left-hander on strike, but he was giving too much width to Brian Yearwood outside the off stump. Change in tactics for the left-handed Davis Guerra. He scored 32 in a game against Combine All-Stars, so he does have the ability to finish this. Wide outside the off stump, and didn't come off the bat. Tumbling stop and throw to retrieve the ball from Fonelia coming around from backward point. And they get 1, just the 1, so he prevented 2 and perhaps even 4. 87 for 4.
But you can see clearly that they're not afraid of going after Padilla. In fact, they're probably relishing the opportunity to try to get under him. And he has to be very mindful of that. We cannot bowl too quickly, because then any kind of contact is just going to seal.
Right-hand, left-hand combination, forcing him to change up his lines. It's a better delivery here to the right-handed Brian Yearwood, just a single. And it was when Padilla came into the attack that things started happening. And then the additional run-out, not the way you want to give an easy wicket to your opposition. Chidi and Raymond run out with the score on 63 in the 10th over. But again from Padilla, play and a miss to finish off 12 overs. 88 for 4. Davis Guerra is on 16 and Brian Yearwood is on 10.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Welcome back here to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And it's not getting dark just yet, just a cloud coming over the ground. We can still see the brilliant sunshine in the mountains in the foreground. And Kyle Ramdu, brilliant smile from him. Out there with the bat earlier on, couldn't quite get going as he would have liked. He's trying to do it with the ball now, and this one pushed out for Nilie at long off. They get one. We've seen other fielders struggle out in that long off area in the northern end of the ground, and perhaps the sun has just dried out that area even more to make it better on the foot for fielders out there.
Yeah, he was able to catch up to that delivery, to that shot quite nicely as the ball was threatening the boundary.
Playing a miss outside the off stump.
Yeah, Ramdu just has to keep plugging away on that off stump, but he knows that they're going to try to play a shutter ball.
This one hit out. He wouldn't mind this here, just singles down the ground. Means that he's bowling to his field.
Yeah, but the batsman cannot afford to just jug a single when the ball is traveling that far to the boundary. Any misfield out there, you want to be in a position to punish it. But if you're still completing the single, you can't.
Opportunity here for a run out. He turned it into the onside. It didn't go too far from the wicket keeper, and throws it to the non-striker end. They complete the single in the end, and you have to say it's good backing up and calling from the non-striker Davis Guerra to come through for that run.
And that's more like it. That's excellent running.
This time it's straight to Hernandez. He doesn't have much to do to field. And a dot ball. 2 dot deliveries in the over from Randu, and just 3 singles. So it's a good over here for the Northside Future Stars. We're on 17. Another dot delivery. That will finish off the 13th over. And the 91 for 4. Just 6 extras in this total. And trying to keep it tight, quite tight. The bowlers now, as we get into the back end of the innings with just 68 needed, or for 42.
Yeah, and again, they need to just try to bring the equation down gradually and continue to preserve their wickets in doing so. And these two are quite capable of the occasional boundary or 6, as the case may be, 6 or 4. And so it's just like one swing for them. In fact, both of them have shown that they can clear defenses here quite easily, especially Guerra.
So Padilla will come in to bowl his final over. 2 for 17 he has. Economy rate of 5.7. He just offered some advice from Fornelia, who's made his way across the square leg inside the ring. And that one keeping a bit low through to the wicket keeper. And no shot on offer there from Yearwood. Interesting.
Yeah, I find that strange. He didn't even bother. If he thought it was wide and it was going to be called a wide. But the umpire on this occasion was unmoved.
This one gets some spin on it. One bounce out to James, patrolling at cover. It's the man who executed the run out with the throw from the deep. He fumbled initially, but recovered quite quickly. The ball didn't go too far from him, just at his boot laces, and rifled the throw into the wicket keeper. The run out, Chidi and Raymond.
Yeah, Padilla has to be on his game here now to finish up. 2 for 18. He's in his 4th and final over. And so they're taking a risk here, bowling him out. But I suppose they want to get him out of the way.
One of the issues they will have in the 5 bowler that they've used, Kwesi Fornelia has gone for 18 in his 1 over. So he's changed around the wicket and they put a slip in place. Signal wide. Words of encouragement from the captain, who is at full slip. Interesting that they would bring a slip in for the youngster, confident in his ability to try and prize out the wicket of Davis Guerra, perhaps to put some pressure on Guerra as well. couple changes in the field here, and they've brought in Diaz from that fine leg position on the boundary inside the ring, and they've pushed a straight mid wicket out to cow corner. So 3 fielders in the deep on the onside in front of square.
And he's gone with a big swing, but misses everything there.
Padilla is all smiles because that could have gotten an edge. Anything could have happened there. He could have made contact, could have gone out the ground. But there's a bit of turn on offer here for the youngster. And maximizing it, the pitch conditions so far. This one sit out in the air. A man is out at cover. And it's in fact Fornelia who beats him to the chase from backward point. Just a run. So often we see with wide deliveries, and you get to have to bowl that extra ball in the over. And sometimes that is the delivery that is punished for a boundary. Yearwood on 13, facing up. Lifts it down the ground, work out in the deep, and one bounce into the boundary for 4. Take the total on to 97, is it? Pitched up, offered length, and swing through the arm, spring inside out, and beating Ramdu.
Yeah, that's a good shot from Yearwood there. Very powerful man, and opening his shoulders quite nicely there. And Ramdu wasn't far from that ball, but he never had a chance of tracking it down.
Trying to finish off the over. Wide, can't finish the over off. 2 for 24. He's going to have to bowl it again. The final delivery to come of his allotted 4 overs, as well as the 14th over. 60 runs required now of 37. Bit of expensive over to finish for the youngster. 8 conceded so far. He leaves it alone as it spins across him. That ball pitching on the stumps and heading down the leg side. There's going to be a change in the law to come in October. And those types of deliveries may not be called wide anymore. They're going to give the bowler a few inches outside the leg stump just to even up the playing field between bat and ball. Pumped down the ground. For 1, Sukwa gets the throw in. And shy at the non-strikers then, and he throws it into the batsman Guerra, who's limping away. It'll signal the end of the Trevor Padilla quarter of 4 overs. And the 27 for 2. Excellent spell from the young man. 104, the 100 comes up in that over after the end of 14 overs.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble a pot? Then CRUZ Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check CRUZ. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to CRUZ today at any of their convenient locations.
1 for 4. It is now 14 overs completed, so the game is nicely poised here. A couple big overs, and they could get it right down to where they want it. But it's going to take some effort, and the big thing is they cannot afford to lose too many more wickets, at least not too quickly. These two may have to stick around for a little while yet, both on 18. And we just saw Yearwood hammer one past the widest long off position. We saw Guerra hit one smack into the side screen. So both of them are quite capable of doing damage. It's really a question of the bowlers now. How do the bowlers line up those deliveries towards both men, knowing that both of them are not just capable, but they're hungry to get at them?
There's going to be a delay here for a helmet as the bowling change is being made. Junior James is coming into the attack. Both batsmen on 18. Coincidentally, we've seen it quite a few times where batsmen matching each other in terms of their scoring. Both of them on 18 now. 58 needed off of 36. And you want to have to be careful here. So the captain not being too happy because he's aware that there is a time restriction and a penalty being applied for slow over rate. So you want to be careful of that. The penalty being 4 fielders in the ring for the final over.
Yeah, you want to get on with the game as much as possible. I think in that ruling too, the umpires have to have some kind of discretion to the fielding team, because it's no fault of theirs that the batsmen are repeatedly changing headgear from caps to helmets.
Here's James. And he's bowled. A big wicket here. The 5th wicket goes down with 101 runs on the board. And Yearwood has to go. Brian Yearwood, he's gone for 18. And the fans continue to celebrate here, the Northside Future Stars. They think they have this game in the bag. That's a big wicket.
No, they may very well have to bite the bullet and send back Smith to see if he is fit enough to at least come and contribute something for them. But they've decided against that, and they will continue with their regular batting lineup and see if they...
Not for the first time you see a wicket falling off the first delivery of an over. And the bowling change working.
Actually, it's Alvin Smith who has come back out.
Yeah, the keeper's coming back out.
Yep.
As you predicted, Ruskin.
Yeah, they're going to need him to stick around now and just kind of basically bat his team into a strong position.
It's the battle of the flags here in the stands between the two flag bearers from Northside Future Stars and Santa Cruz Sports Club. It's not the Karambule.
It's a flag party.
And in a bit of trouble here now, Santa Cruz. They've lost some of their main run scorers. Chidi and Raymond run out, coming back for a second with a fumble in the deep. And he hung his head down when he was on the turf, knowing that might be just putting his team in a bit more of a predicament. And then with the loss of Yearwood, who partnered with Raymond to chase down that total of 190 against Barataria ball players, and struck on no ball signal by the umpire. Struck high up on the thigh, the right thigh. He asked, what's going on, umps? Well, it's a no ball, says the umpire. It's going to be a free hit.
Yeah, you don't want to give away these runs, because the runs are precious right now. Because if they're going to make a comeback in this game, they're going to have to be aided by the fielders and the bowlers.
The umpire, he's not having it, because there's a close inspection of the popping crease by the bowler. He calls his captain over in disbelief that he delivered a no ball. And the umpire, the captain, Guerra, inquires to the umpire. And umpire Sean Wilson just has his hand up. He's not having any of it. He's just giving the guard to Guerra, who comes on strike.
I don't know why he feels that he has to question whether the umpire made the right call or not. The umpire made the call, and then you just get on with the game. Whether you agree or not is irrelevant.
Yeah, and with that run off the no ball, it means that Guerra will get to face the free hit. It's very wide outside the off stump, so it'll not just be a wide.
And that was
you're going to have to bowl over.
That was close to a no ball as well.
Yeah, if it just a couple inches again to the right, and it would have been off the pitch area, and it was already a free hit. But it would have been an additional run and have to bowl over the free hit again. So he changed for the left-hander on strike. This one hit up in the air. Ramdu allows it to drop because it's spinning as well. Some back spin on it. And the second run turned down.
It's a free hit, so it really doesn't gonna matter too much. I think Ramdu was well aware of that.
Yes, he didn't want to take the risk of charging in for the catch, so he decided to just sit back because he recognized there might be some backspin on it, and he was in perfect position. It spun toward him, and they decided not to come back for a second run because it is Kyle Ramd who has a strong hand out there at deep cover. Now deep mid-wicket with the right-hander on strike. Smith back in. Right down the leg side. It's a mixed bag here from Junior James. Got the wicket, bowled Brian Yearwood for 18 at the first delivery, but he struggled with a no ball, a wide, and another wide delivery now. Just struggling with the left-hand, right-hand combination. Better delivery. It's not signal wide by the umpire. He's astonished, Alvin Smith.
Yeah, that's unusual. If it passed outside of his legs, that clearly, but unless the umpire felt that he went across the stumps.
I made mention of that rule change as well. They're going to allow a couple inches. Can give you the exact measurement outside the leg stump, and umpire Wilson saying not a wide. That rule should take effect in October internationally from the ICC.
But it does give the bowlers a bit of a chance, a bit of a fighting chance. But even as a bowler, you don't want to be drifting into the pads too frequently, even if you have a little inch or two more.
Keeps trying again. This time it's lifted in the air. Out to Ramdu, who's coming around from cover. They're going to come for two. A sharp return on the bounce, but just bounced a bit high and couldn't get it in his grasp, Junior James, to effect the run out. Knocked the stumps over with his hands nonetheless, but they come for two.
And they made it comfortably as well in the end. And even if he had collected the ball, the batsman did the smart thing. He kind of dragged the bat in. He didn't try to dip it over the line. He dragged it in, so it would have been difficult for the fielder to effect, and for the umpire to give a run-out decision there as well, because the bat was sliding into the crease.
Hitting this one out to deep cover. We look for one. One is all it's going to be. It looks like Sukwa gets the throw in quickly. The finish off the 15th over. 109 for 5. And Guerra is on 19 off 19. And Alvin Smith returning to bat after he retired hurt with a touch of cramp. He's back out there. And the 50 required off of 30 deliveries to come. 13 extras in this total of 109. We're the back end of the innings now. And it's all or nothing now here in this semi-final clash. Reminding you it's game 1 here today. It's a game poised precariously between the two teams. Santa Cruz, just 50 runs needed now and 30 balls available, and it's quite gettable.
Well, they could need an average of 10 runs and over the rest of the way. So, and who is more than likely to get them 10 runs and over? And it's that fella there, Guerra. Davis Guerra is going to be the main man for them, and in fact he has to be the main man who will bring them close or get them over the line, because if he starts to strike the ball, then it could put a bowler like James off his mark, because he's not been very consistent.
Just a single. They are running the first one hard. Kyle Ramdu is out there on the boundary. Padilla out at deep cover. There is a long on the deep mid wicket, and they're dropping a man down to backward point. In fact, the left-hander, so he's at backward square on the boundary as the field changes over, and a third man, fielders out in the deep.
So this is the other James. This is Terrence James, who is operating now.
Just 3 fielders on the onside, and Kyle Ramdu has come in from long on, indicating that we need to have a change in the field here. because it's just 3 on the onside and they're not quite sure what to do. The captain is at backward point making the changes, so he's called for nearly back across. He is insisting on a 6-3 field. And in fact, he's bringing up the third man in the ring. So it's a packed offside, demanding that Terrence James delivers it wide outside the off stump. But they've brought in the third man off the boundary. Here we go. It's full and wide outside. Doesn't get a lot of bat onto it. Can't get it past extra cover. And he's smiling, Terrence James, because he knew he delivered a gift there, but not accepted by Guerra.
It was just a little too wide. In fact, Guerra looked like he was backing away somewhat and then had to reach for it.
Which is on the line of the stumps. It's hit up in the air. Coming around is Sukwa, and it plugs a bit in the outfield. They're going to come back for 2 and have to hurry. But the throw is a bit wide and left some work for Akil Guerra to do with the gloves. And they complete 2.
That's more like it. You have to get the ball into the deep and run hard. Every run counts now. Whereas earlier they were jogging one and not even thinking about a second. Well, those days are gone. Now you have to push for everything. And there are some fielders you could sort of target in that regard because they're not the quickest of movers and they're also not the cleanest of fielders. There's always a bubble or something.
So they made a change in personnel. We'll get to it as this one is hit out and it's going to go into the boundary. It's gone over extra cover. Just smack with that line wide outside the off stump. It's a bit predictable because you know what he's going to bowl. And Guerra delivers over the head of extra cover and goes into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, again, another brilliant shot. Again, using what the bowler and the captain gives you. And so he has indicated that the line is off stump, outside the off stump. And you try to figure out how is the best way to beat this field. And we always say there's room in the air. If you could place it as well.
It's very risky now. They brought in a man from the onside, pitched it outside the off stump. No run on this occasion. The man who's a deep square leg, and reminding you, just 3 fielders on the onside. So they've brought him into square leg, which means just 2 fielders out in the deep on the onside. Kyle Ramdu and Trevor Padilla. Now if he steps across outside the off stump, Guerra, there's a lot of room on the onside. Going to be wide, too wide, and he's forcing Terrence James, the captain, to bowl wide outside the off stump. And you could see why he's bowling that wide, because anything closer to that and the batsman steps across, if he gets it into the onside, it'll be runs.
Yeah, it is, and now they've taken 8 over this over already. He has to try to bowl a dot ball here.
So on the line of the middle stump and just play it down. And so wide in the over. Does come to an end. The over, that is. 16 gone, 117 for 5. With Davis Guerra going on to 25 now, and Alvin Smith returning after being retired out is not out on 4. 42 needed off of 24 now.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Welcome back. 16 overs gone. The score here in this semi-final encounter between Santa Cruz Sports Club and Northside Future Stars, 117 for 5. Santa Cruz trying to chase down the total set by Northside Future Stars of 158 for 6. The captain is going to come back into the attack. And he's bowled 3 overs and has 1 for 19. So he's going to come back to bowl his final over. And with just 4 overs to go in the innings and 42 runs needed, it's all or nothing now.
Yeah, so they're still averaging, then the requirement is just about 10 and over, so they have to try to at least average that, for these next 2 overs or so. If they get more, fine, but you have to keep yourself within striking distance, and so you're looking at a minimum of 10 and over Yeah, so you don't want it to start ticking up, going in the other direction. You want it to come down as much as possible, the asking rate. And so you have to, two things. You have to run hard, and when you decide to go, and you go big.
So the captain just taking his time to set the field. 2 overs have been a lot of changes in the field. Certainly taking a length of time. He's asking the man, a third man, to come around as he starts left arm over the wicket. Tugging it into the onside. 4 in the onside. Hernandez is there, and because of that they were looking for 2, but he got it quickly and discouraged the second.
And this is where the captain is probably the ideal bowler at this time because of his change of pace and his variety, but he too cannot err too much in terms of his length because of his lack of pace. And if anything, he needs to be able to use the bunks that he can generate off the wicket and see if he can get them to just hit it straight up in the air.
Again, he's taking time to set the field with a left hand on strike. Now he's going to have to be careful. The captain of Northside Future Stars. This one is in the air, full toss, and it's smacked out. It struck the rope on the full, and the umpire is going to signal 6. It was a full toss outside the off stump, and Guerra put it away.
And that's part of what he would have been aiming for, because if his line is going to be outside the off stump, then he's definitely going to be swinging for that extra cover region. Anything over extra cover or over the cover point region.
This could be a match-winning innings here from Guerra, who's on to 29. And he's going in the air again in that direction. And the chase is on, and he can't stop it. And into the boundary, Terrence James coming around from long off and just sliding across the field. And it was touch and go. It was very close to the rope. Couldn't get his boot or hand down in time, and it's another boundary.
Yeah, he slipped just, watch at it, he slipped just as he was about to grab the ball, or at least try to stop it. And then his whole body went off kilter. And the ball was much too close to the rope, so he didn't have any margin for error there, and he didn't have any time to recover.
So Santa Cruz here, couple boundaries, a 6 and a 4, 129, 128 for 5. 3 deliveries gone. He's bringing Sukwa across, and more delays here with field changes. And he's putting Sukwa in the direction of where those 2 boundaries went, struck by Guerra, as he adjusts the offside field. So again, the 3 fielders only on the onside and only 1 in the deep. This one just seems away from him a bit, and he looks bemused, but he's beaten by a good delivery from Kendall Guerra.
Yeah, and that's the ability of Guerra. His I suppose his one liability is his lack of pace, and that allows the batsman to get under him sometimes, and that's where he has to be very cagey here.
Stepping down the track this time, tugging it into the onside for the lonesome man on the onside on the boundary, and just a single. There's been a change in personnel. Sukwa swapped out with Diaz between extra cover and square leg on the boundary, but now the right-hander comes in to strike Alvin Smith with 1 delivery left in the over and 1 delivery left for the captain Kendall Guerra, who now has figures for 1 for 31, but it's been an expensive over, 12 in it, and much needed from Santa Cruz, those 2 boundaries.
Well, this brings the equation down 30 from 19 now, so it's a little bit closer, and if they get a couple more here and they get a couple more overs like this, the last 2 could be under 20 required.
Ruskin, they say the over is wearing long pants with wide, but the bowler is wearing long pants, the tall figure of Guerra, and more delays with the changing of the field from the captain. He's made a number of changes with the right-hander on strike. No more so than the third man. Hit down the ground by Smith, and it's out court at long on, and Terrence James takes the catch. The captain has struck off of his final delivery, and the final delivery of the 17th over picks up the wicket of Alan Smith for 5. 129 runs on the board now. 17 overs gone.
So it'll be 129 for 6 now, as they've lost another wicket, and that's a wicket that they didn't want to lose at this stage, but I don't think North Stars will be too worried about that. They'll be happy to celebrate that wicket as they pick another pepper at this stage of the contest, keep their noses in front as long as possible, and their fans are just loving it now. That's 129 for 6.
Yeah, with 30 runs needed off of 19, Alvin Smith could no longer just stay there and try to rotate the strike. He was trying to go downtown. It's not a bad shot, but he just couldn't get it straight enough. And the fielder was straight at long on. And a good catch taken out there by Terrence James. Smith gone for 5 off of 9 deliveries. And the captain finishes off now 2 for 31 off his 4 overs. Now Medina has 2 overs left. And Fornelia has only bowled a 1. Junior James and Terrence James have bowled an over each. But it's the man Junior James who has picked up a wicket. And he's the one entrusted to bowl this 18th over. So we might just see perhaps Terrence James and Junior James finishing off unless they decide to give it back to the spinner Medina, who has 2 left.
It looks like it's Medina.
Yeah, Medina is going to bowl.
And he has to be very, very clinical here, because if he's too slow and he can get under him, it could be very interesting.
He's gone for 14, so he's been economical early on. So hit in the air. Backing away is the man. Well, 2 players are converging beyond extra cover. They're going to come for 2. The throw is wide, and they get 2 easily in the end. Couldn't go to hand, bisecting Kyle Ramdu and Fornelia between long off and deep cover. Landing in a safe zone behind Sukwa at extra cover. 2 runs to the total. 28 needed. Playing a miss, head in the air, Guerra.
He just has to play the ball on merit. He cannot afford to just try to muscle everything. If it's there, then go for it. If not, try and get a single quickly.
This one is going to be signal wide, and that is what you don't want. Extras and additional deliveries. You can understand he wants to keep it away, but he's going to have to be tight here, Medina. This one hit in the air, and Padilla is out there at long on, takes the catch. Guerra goes for 38. Very disconsolate is he as he drops his bat down to the turf. And the Northside Future Stars fans celebrating in the stands because they recognize that that was the man doing the scoring at this particular juncture in the game. And that's a very big wicket. And with that might just be the hopes of the Santa Cruz Sports Club in this semi-final affair. Settled under it, took it quite nicely, the young man.
Yeah, that's a huge wicket for them at a critical stage. And now it's really a lottery here as to whether or not they can get anybody to come and play a blinder here for them at 132 for 7. And they still need 27 runs from 15 deliveries. So they have to press go here and try and see if they can't bring the score down and pull off a minor miracle here.
Well, they've lost their major run scorers. Might just be sealing their fate here. Chedan Raymond is gone, Kashman Mitchell, Brian Yearwood, and perhaps their last hope, Davis Guerra. But it's Shaquille John who's going to try to keep the flags flying for his team. 27 needed off 15, still very gettable. Anything can happen in this funny game of cricket. 132 for 7. Medina brought back and picking up a wicket, and more delays. The batsman is ready, and some of the players are just in conversation continuously with the captain who's setting the field, causing these delays. They're going to have to be careful because it could mean that they'll be penalized with a fielding restriction in the last over. Faster delivery, digs it in to the turf, and Sukwa can't prevent the single, nor does he want to. two batsmen out there, Kieran Raymond and Shaquille John.
Yeah, both of them now starting, so it's a tough situation to be in, but one of them or both of them would probably have to come with some level of belief that they could still get these runs. It's not going to be easy. Medina and company are doing a very good job with the ball, keeping everything in front of them, not allowing them to get away with risky shots.
Raymond's going to feast up. John off the mark. Medina with a wicket. 4 runs conceded in the over. More delays with changes to the field. Just an adjustment on this occasion at deep cover. Round the wicket is Medina. Punched out to cover and a sharp chance. And they're going to get an overthrow here, because Junior James, the man who got the run out of Chadian Raymond, rifled the throw in on the bounce to the keeper, who couldn't gather Akil Guerra, and it ricocheted out to the square leg area, and they came back for a second.
Yeah, again, it's you just want to get the ball back to the keeper and just get it into his gloves and let him kill the ball one time. Don't give them additional runs.
Again, it's fast and short, and it's gone between bat and pad and just over the line of the leg stump as well. And a good over from Medina, getting a wicket in it. 135 for 7 after 8. The new batsman, Kieran Raymond, is on 2, and Shaquille John is on 1.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Pelori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition, embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
Welcome back. Just 12 balls to go, 24 runs needed, but there's 7 wickets down. And it's going to be bowling change here now. The captain completed, Kendall Guerra. 2 for 31 or 4. Medina has 1 left. Terrence James is the man who's being entrusted to bowl this 19th over. And this first one cost 8 runs. And this is going to be a critical over here, Erskine. This is the make or break over.
Okay, and we have another delay because the batsmen need their helmets, so it's something that has been happening so frequently in the tournament that
because we're just 6 minutes away from what would be the toss for the second semi-final coming up. That will have to be pushed back. It was scheduled to start at 6:30. Glenora Sports Club against the Barataria ball players. Glenora, who finished atop their group ahead of Northside, Future Stars, and Barataria ball players who finished under Santa Cruz in Group A. That game is in store for all our viewers. Hang on for that second semi-final coming up. And we still haven't gotten underway. So it'll be interesting to see if the umpires enforce that fielding restrictions of 4 outside the ring for that final over.
well, they're almost constrained to do so because a similar thing happened in the first innings. So it's really because of the same issue.
Get on the way now. Dab down. And it's a chase onto the boundary, and the ball is going to win. Hernandez, it looks like, out there, who cannot get a wrong from third man. And this is the shot we were looking earlier from Ryan Yearwood. Just to dab it down past the man at short third man. This time the man is on the boundary. Cannot get a wrong to recover, and it's gone for 4.
Well, it's interesting that they have Ramdu inside the circle. Obviously, they want him there to try to effect a run out. And they have a less mobile fielder on the boundary at third man.
First ball gone for 4. He's trying to dab, and it's a loud appeal. And the umpire eventually raises his hand. He was perhaps just waiting for John to walk. But the bowler was very confident. So too was wicketkeeper Akil Guerra. And after the boundary, this game going down to the wire, the wicket falls. 8 wickets down now. 139 runs on the board. And Terence James coming back for this 19 over gets a wicket.
Yeah, again, he was just trying to repeat the dose there, just to try to run it down, and just nibbled it. And the keeper made no mistake.
20 needed off 10.
Well, I don't think you'd have brought him this late. And when you look at the batsmen who were ahead of him, I don't know if that's a real strategy. What it is risky business. If you want to position that now as a strategy, but you never know. Who knows? He might hit a couple big ones.
And then he'll tell you it was all planned.
All planned, yep.
So not a field change. The man, Padilla, comes off the mid-wicket boundary inside the circle. Wide outside the off. He looks across at the umpire halfway delivered Terence James to see if the umpire would signal a wide. And the look on his face alone could have deterred the umpire not to signal it.
So you can see his energy level is right up now. He's keen to get. You don't get the same energy level from the batsman.
Stepping across and playing and missing outside the off stump. Length deliveries here. Another dot ball in the over. He's trying to hit it instead of looking to guide it down to third man. Raymond at the other end on 2. Kieran, that is.
They're trying to have a word with him as if to tell him you have to at least try to get a single, make some kind of contact. Keep your eyes on the ball. That's the first thing you should be telling him.
Has to get bat onto ball. He's getting bat onto a fuller length delivery now. They go for 1. And Junior James is the man rifling the throw in from cover. He switched sides in the field. He's gone across to the eastern side of the ground. 1 run to the total. 19 needed off of 7. 1 delivery to come in this 19th over.
So every time you saw the Santa Cruz outfit start an over, they might get a boundary, but then they lose a wicket, and it just kills momentum for them. And then a new batsman has to start all over again.
This is a wide delivery down the leg side, but Hernandez saves the boundary at short fine leg, but the wide is going to be called. And perhaps he started it too close to the off stump, middle and off, with the angle of the delivery down the leg side for a wide.
He seemed to have hurt himself as well. See him limping there, but when your adrenaline is pumping like this, a little niggle like that doesn't bother you that much. Problem with him is the final is tomorrow.
1 ball to come still. Full Yorker line delivery. Loud appeal for LBW. Seem to be heading down the leg side, and they come through forward. We get bat onto it. Seems as though the umpire is not going to signal leg by. So 1 run to finish off the 19th over. 142 for 8. And 17 runs required off of the final over. And Northside Future Stars might be just liking these odds.
Yeah, they're heavily in their favor. Again, you look back at the lack of sort of progress as to how you're going to approach the innings, especially the latter part of the innings. And certainly Northside played that part of the innings a lot better than the Santa Cruz outfit did. And as a result, they lost critical wickets at important junctures of the game, and they basically killed their own chances. Now they're relying on a little miracle here of 2 batsmen who are not recognized as batsmen who are capable of, I would say, getting 17 runs of 6 deliveries at the depth.
Celebratory mood in the stands. for this final over. It's going to be Andre Medina to finish off the innings and bowl his fourth and final over. 1 for 20 he has. He picked up a wicket in his previous over. And they just conceded 6 runs as well. So he's put the brakes on the scoring. He's taken a wicket. He's going to finish off the innings here. 142 for 2, 17 required off of 6 legal deliveries. Round the wicket he is to Raymond. And going to come for what should be a bye as the wicketkeeper doesn't take it cleanly. Went over the top of middle stump. Perhaps blinded a bit by a flashing blade in front of his face as the line was on the stumps. Missed by the batsman.
He's left in this over. Gave away from him.
The big man giving his all out in the field. Took a piece of the turf as well with him. I
don't think he's injured. I think
winded.
He's winded. And he probably hasn't run that fast in a long time. And worse yet, after running that fast, to put in a dive.
And then to spring to your feet.
Yeah,
get the throw off.
That probably took a lot out of him there right now.
Well, the physio is looking at the shoulder. She's spraying the magic spray onto the shoulder. So perhaps the throw as well to get the power behind it. Just put a little bit of pressure on that right shoulder. He's up to his feet and he's being celebrated by the fans in the stands.
Yeah, I think the big fella just wanted a minute to recover.
I think he wanted, you know, when the substitutions comes off and the coach calls you out so you can receive your applause for a good performance.
He needed
he's going to come off the field too.
I mean, he doesn't have to.
Maybe it's part of the strategy, Ruskin, to get on a more nimble man out on the field. Substitute fielder is on. As Hernandez makes his way. He's already in the stands. So 146 for 8. And just 4 runs in the over so far. Another 13 needed.
There's a big fella acknowledging the crowd there. Just ringing the shoulder.
He's heading over to the concession stands directly. Being cheered on by the fans and being escorted by the dockman.
Probably need some pure oxygen there right now to revive. Tomorrow is the final.
Medina trying to finish off. This one is pulled in the air. There's a man, Sukwa, coming around from backward square. Lands inside or just outside the 30-yard ring. They come for 2. And 2 is all they'll be. 11 to get off the final delivery.
Well, this is the key delivery here. 2 balls to get 11 runs. So they have to hit this for 6. Failure to do that, it means it's game, set and match. Medina could bowl from right next to the umpire.
Once he doesn't bowl a no ball.
Yep.
Steps across. He's hit it in the air. He's not even looking because he knew the batsman that he didn't get all of it. And he puts it down. But it's...
Doesn't matter because they only got 2 runs and it's
he's smiling.
It's Ramdu who dropped the catch.
And races down to Medina just to give him the high five that he didn't go for a boundary and he didn't go for that 6 which was required. So just 1 delivery to come. And in the end they just went for 1 run. Didn't get all of it. Raymond, and it's going to be Cordell Andrew to finish off the innings with the bat, and Andre Medina to finish off his 4th over. 1 for 26 he has, 149 for 8. In the air, out to deep cover. They don't even complete the run. It's not going to matter as all of the support staff, including Hernandez, is racing onto the field now to celebrate this victory for the Northside Future Stars, who will go into tomorrow's final. And they have defeated the team that placed first in Group A, Santa Cruz Sports Club, And Captain Chadion Raymond, he would be disappointed, but they couldn't manage to knock off these runs after restricting the future side, the north side Future Stars, to 158 for 6. And that's it for semi-final number 1. Ruskin, a good battle. It went down to the last over, but running out of wickets in the end.
Well, again, you lose by 9 runs, and you think back, how could you have made up those 9 runs? And part of it has to be with the running between the wickets, 1, and 2 would have been limiting the opposition while you were in the field and not allowing them to squeeze 2 and 3 runs. And we saw so many of those instances where 1 was turned into 2, 2 into 3, and now you sit back and you wonder, and that's probably what is going to go through their minds. Where did they kind of go wrong, and how is it that they couldn't get these 9 runs? They came up 9 runs short. So they have to look at it from both sides, their own fielding and bowling, and then their own batting, and their running between the wickets, areas that they do. But Northside did what they needed to do, and they're into the final. That's all that matters at this point.
So the second game to come up in about 30 minutes time or so is going to be pushed back as we have a look at the innings of Northside Future Stars. Started off with Jesse Sukwa and Kwesi Fornelia, who took a while to get going, but once the spinner came on, Brian Yearwood, he struck his first 6, and that was the trigger. But meanwhile, Jesse Sukwa was scoring quite quickly and freely at the opposite end, and it meant that once the 2 got going, that was an exquisite off drive, but he lost his wicket the very next ball as he hit it in the air. And Yearwood, who couldn't stop the boundary of the previous delivery, took a nice comfortable catch to dismiss for Sukwa for 41. Chadion Raymond came into the attack, and Guerra was run out, charging down the track to a ball that he played out straight to the man at extra cover, and the captain was gone. He came in 1 down with the fall of that Sukwa wicket, and Akil Guerra just a holding out there at backward point. He went for 2, and Kyle Ramdu had to partner with Fornelia, and then Andre Medina, who put on 22 off of 17 deliveries. And Kyle Ramdu to finish off the innings, 33 he scored off of 23 deliveries. And they posted 158 for 6. Santa Cruz came out swinging, and Sween tried to get going. Ryan Yearwood struggled a bit early on, but then started to hit 1 6 and 2 4s. And then Kashmir Mitchell spanked a few deliveries off down the ground, struck 2 6s and 3 4s off of 19 deliveries, finished on 28. Took a while to get going, but once he got there and took Kwesi Fornelia to his liking, spanking him for 18 runs. But this man came into the attack. Trevor Padilla, the young youth player, picked up 2 for 27 in his 4 overs, but was quite miserly early on and picked up key wickets just to break the back of the Santa Cruz Sports Club. But not before we saw some big 6 hitting from Davis Guerra, who went on for 38. 2 6s he struck and 3 4s in that knockoff of 31 deliveries. But it was not enough, coming down to the end of the innings, and they falling 9 runs short, the Santa Cruz Sports Club, which means that the Northside Future Stars, with their victory here in the semi-final, they go through to tomorrow's final, where they will be looking to play the winner of the game coming up, the second semi-final, Glenora Sports Club against Barataria Ball Players. We'll head down to the presentation area and stay tuned, because we'll have the toss, which will follow quickly after the presentation.
Final